the topic of the day. So that is what happened briefly this week. And Christopher Yu, who is a U.S. Assistant Secretary for Arms and Control, Non-Proliferation, raised an alarm and said, rather than choosing to use this review conference to defend the integrity of the NPT and call Iran to account, we instead elect Iran as a vice president. It is beyond shameful and embarrassment to the credibility of this conference. I mean, so the US was joined in the objection, and other countries also joined in objecting this position given to Iran. How can you give Iran this position as a vice president when they have violated all these rules from International Atomic Energy Agency? Iran that has made us to suspend all works, everything for the past 2 months, starting from 1st of March, with their nuclear weapon. The only thing you could do to compensate Iran is to give Iran the vice president. So Christopher said, this is beyond shameful and an embarrassment to the credibility of this conference. So US said, Mbao. But even when they objected, even UAE objected it, Australia objected it, United Kingdom objected it, France objected it, Germany objected it. They stood against this appointment. But what happened? They were outvoted by 121 developing nations of the non-aligned movement. They all gathered and nominated Iran, and Russia defended Iran's appointment. You see the power of OIC, Organization of Islamic, what do they call it? I've forgotten what that stands for now. Anyway, please, if you remember, you can help me. You see the effect that it has. So Russia now threw their weight on Iran, and they supported Iran. I told you that they have come together, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. Committees, each appointment chips away at the credibility of international institutions. So the man is absolutely right. Iran has been positioning itself in all the committees, just like Nigeria. There is no committee in UN that you will not find Nigeria representative. Last week, they gave someone appointment in the same UN. What is going on? This is the same UN that stupid Biafra sometimes said, oh, we trust UN. UN, come and conduct referendum. I said, how many times will you conduct referendum? We have conducted a referendum. The same UN that encouraged Nigeria, their secretary Antonio, to reintegrate terrorists when he came to Maiduguri, to reintegrate terrorists into their military. The same UN that watched the Biafran genocidal war happen, and they did nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. So let's just try and see some connections that we can make that some people do not really want you to know about it. The role of Iran in Nigeria is not theoretical. It is documented everywhere. It is ongoing and very, very deadly because of a man, Zazaki. it is in Nigeria. And when that man published it, he said Iran's main vehicle in Nigeria is the Islamic movement of Nigeria. Led from Kaduna, the same Kaduna that Gumi comes from. Kaduna by Ibrahim Zazaki. And this man, we've talked about it before in our spaces, spent years in Iran and was trained in the ideology of the Islamic Revolution. So we are not going to talk about that. We know that Iran is already in Nigeria. They are working together and they can never stop. Islamic movement of Nigeria exploit radicalization environment in northern Nigeria, especially in those their 12 states, and they adopted Sharia to spread to the West Point. Study calls is it Keminism or whatever. And that is after their leader that was killed. They now carved out this name that time that they were trampling on the flags of US and Israel. So that is the connection, very deep one that Iran has with Nigeria. So when UN now gives Iran a seat of honor with a badge of honor at a major international conference, on the same week that US Congress is passing a bill about Christian genocide in Nigeria, these are not coincidence events. These are connected events. Iran is sponsoring the radicalization that fills the ranks of Boko Haram and ISWAP. Iran proxies are helping destabilize the Sahel and Nigeria. And the UN is rewarding Iran for it, clapping for it, clapping for Iran. This is the international order that has left Biafras to be slaughtered for decades. UN has become a terrorist organization. And our ambassador made reference to this. He confirmed it during the interview that the ISWAP insurgency in northeast Nigeria has now received foreign fighters and potentially increased support from the Islamic State Global Network. He also talked about the complexity of who is arming who. But the threat now runs from Iran through its network into the killing fields of Nigeria. And the UN just made Iran a presiding officer at the international conference. So this is why Biafra cannot trust UN to deliver justice. This is why Biafra Republic government in exile went to Washington, D.C., not Geneva, not New York, where real decisions are made in Washington, D.C. You see? And the king of what happened this week is the China that has built palaces, fund terrorists, stealing our resources. They now said, okay, what can we present to Nigeria? What can we hand over to Nigeria in an appreciation for allowing us to steal their natural resources, funding their bandits? China said, okay, let us build ECOWAS headquarters and hand over it to Nigeria to tell them thank you. And this happened on April 28th. That China officially handed over a brand new building, mansion, worth 56.57 million US dollars headquarters. They handed it over back to Tinubu. And immediately they gave it a name, Eye of the West. Yeah, please, if you are joining us and you have been speaking in the space, I can see Toti say, oh, Mama Betty, come do our minister. Onye one of Biafra land, come do. Welcome everyone. Adayuni, Stanley. Yeah, Stanley, you've acknowledged it already. Please check your inbox if you have been speaking in this space. Hey, Shodi, check your inbox. I have dropped a message for you. And if you have been speaking in this space, you did not get it, kindly drop a message in my inbox. I will share it. Please try and do that before you pick any mic. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have read it, If you have received yours, please, you can just give me thumbs up so that I don't bother resending it. But please check your inbox. Thank you so very much. So China said, let us give you something in appreciation for what you've done. Let's call it the Eye of West Africa. Nigeria has become the Eye of West Africa for Chinese people. And it is 11-story office tower with 800-seat conference center. They have a data center, they have a gym, they have medical units, they have helipad, they have parking for over 700 vehicles. And Chinese ambassador, after all this said, it presents a profound bond between China and the continent. You hear them? Between China and the continent. That was what the man said. And the ECOWAS Commission president called it a defining moment in our 50 years history. This is what Chinese did. This is what Chinese did. They made speeches, they took photographs. Meanwhile, terrorists are there slaughtering Nigerians. And the Nigerian Minister of State of Foreign Affairs, who they have promoted her now to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the terrorist country, Bianca Ojukwu stood at the podium and she was praising China. Bianca Ojukwu praising China, thanking China for what they have done. Meanwhile, China national are paying Nigerian terrorists to mine Biafra land. She is also doing video thanking a governor of, is it Ebonyi? Yes. And is even promising him that she will support him for 2027. Bianca Ojukwu. China, before now, has already built African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa. This is the second one that they are building for ECOWAS. Can you see what Chinese people are doing? So they have built both the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa and then ECOWAS headquarters in Abuja. So these are the two most important institutional buildings in Africa. China has done it. So China now has architecture in the room where African decisions are made. Remember last time that Iran is also a member of ECOWAS. We had a space on this. Iran, who is not an African country, who is not part of West African country, is a member of ECOWAS. How did Iran register its name in ECOWAS? We had a space on this. I brought it to this space. Nigeria took Iran there. The same time that Iran said, okay, since you have fought France to leave Niger, oh yeah, let us take over the uranium. Give us uranium, since you have sent France away. Niger said, okay. They went into an agreement. Instead of Niger to tell Iran, this uranium that you are taking from our soil, use it and generate energy for us. We don't have light. As stupid as they are, Iran is giving them generator in exchange of the uranium. What a stupid continent. I don't really understand what is wrong with these people. That was the same time Iran was introduced as a member of ECOWAS. Yes, it is there. So they are very smart now. They say, okay, let us build headquarters for African Union. This is the reason why African Union can never attack Chinese for killing our people, for paying terrorists. Do you connect what is happening? So that when we tell you people that the only solution is to have our nation and leave this contraption, Nigeria, you will take us serious. Nigeria has been sold. This is another colonization coming in. Nigeria has been sold out. Tinubu has no blueprint. Ajia said it. Tinubu has no blueprint to save anybody or to do anything in Nigeria. Ask Tinubu, since you came to the to the government as a president, show us one thing that you have achieved. Nothing. Borrowing every day, borrowing, all about corruption, ongoing, like BCG, HIV, whatever they call their group. Corruption is ongoing in Nigeria. Tinubu has not achieved anything. So China now is in the room as architecture where African decisions are made. This is strategic infrastructure. It has even gone beyond pocket infrastructure. This is strategic infrastructure. So while they are busy building headquarters, Chinese nationals are paying bandits. Just a few months ago, 5 U.S. Republican Congress members introduced a formal bill that contained this accusation against China, that Chinese nationals involved in illegal mining operations, they are paying terrorists for protection, specifically Boko Haram, ISWAP, Fulani militants, and other extremist organizations to access Nigeria's mineral resources. U.S. lawmaker Raleigh Moore reported it, Chris May reported it, all of them because they work together. So these are not social media rumors. These are United States lawmakers speaking on official congressional record. And they name specific terrorist organizations that Chinese mining companies are paying. There are a lot of testimonies and documents over the even they did it to the extent that Adams Oshomole raised a war cry in January 2025 and accused retired Nigerian army officers of working with Chinese nationals to provide arms for militant bandits and facilitate illegal mining. So when you even hear that they've arrested Chinese national, it is on paper. They can never arrest them. After all this infrastructure, strategic infrastructure that Chinese has given to Africa, after all this strategic structure that Chinese has given to a continent, now tell me what reason, how can you justify the arrest of Chinese national? Because the money that they are using to build these 2 giant buildings are from the illegal mining. So why would you arrest them? It is only on paper. Nothing more. So if you are here, you are not supporting your government. Right? As our guest spoke, Ambassador Tiboy said, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who is a different race. It can be that in today's Africa, because this question was raised, we are coming to that. When you see Chinese build this 56.57 million building for ECOWAS, the regional body that could theoretically oppose Biafra independence, Chinese then uses that goodwill to maintain access to African government, including Nigeria, while its nationals are documented paying terrorists to mine minerals from Biafra land. And the minerals keep on living. The money goes to Belgium and then to Nigerian politicians and then to the terrorists who is guiding all those sites. So Biafran communities, what do they receive in all this? Broken roads, contaminated water, kidnapping, terrorism, no compensation. So this is what our guest said. This is 21st century version of colonialism. Not even the European colonialism, a Chinese colonialism. So our guest said, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who is a different race. I'm quoting him. It can be that in today's Africa, some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group or by an outsider power that extracts without giving back. Maybe I have to make a tweet with this as well. You see? So we want to now go straight to the topic of the day. This one was just to use an buy time for our people to join this space. Oh, senior citizen mama, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome everyone. Please, tomorrow is our fundraising. If you have your receipts, do us that favor and then so you're starting. What are you laughing at? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please, I need a co-host, Biko. Yeah. So, okay. Okay, I will send it now. So, I need a co-host because if you'll be free, we are about to start the space. If you are a speaker in this space or any program you've been hosting, kindly check your inbox. If you have not received the message from me, just send a message that you've not received it. I think I sent it since morning. Check your inbox, please, so that we can all be on the same page. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their feet. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps the soul alive. Check your inbox, please. Silent echoes filled with grief. 19,000 churches gone. In the ashes, hope remains. All right. We're about to start the space now. Yeah, thank you, Mama. You are the mic. Please check your inbox. I've done that now at the Prince. Please check your inbox again. I just did that now. Thank you, Mama Betty. You are highly welcome. So, the topic says, okay, senior citizen Ben. From the broken heart, from the wounded heart, Nigeria, please, Nigeria, please. topic says, Minister Ben, I've done that. The topic says, Biafrans have equal rights to justice and dignity. Let's decide our future. Don't decide our future for us. And this topic, we picked it from the statement or comment of our guest, Ambassador Tibo, who was on Voice of Biafra on April 20. And we will break down the words. I'll try my best. I'll miss some things because I can't do it alone. So wherever I miss, please, when you pick the mic, you have to say something and expand on it. So now that we have connected those three breaking news stories to picture to some extent, because we are not going to dwell much on that, we have to now return to the heart of today's space, which is built on Ambassador Tibo's large statement. The people of Biafra have the same right to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else. It is left for them to decide how they want it and struggle for it. This was his last message for us as Biafrans. So if you listen to the interview and you know who was with us and addressing us, these are not words of a social media activist. These are not words from an envoy who doesn't know the history of Biafra, because you can only give that position to an indigene. I've never seen a foreign envoy before. These are not the words of a man, Madabu or Ngozi, or the man that calls himself, I don't even know what he calls himself. So these are not words of a diaspora blogger or beggar, international beggar, that can do anything for money. These are words of a man who served as the United States' most senior African policymaker. A man who was physically in Nigeria during Abacha's dictatorship regime, and he was also there when the June 12 was annulled, June 12 election. A man who sat across tables with African presidents, but even these UN officials for 4 decades, and he chose to come to Voice of Biafra TV to deliver this verdict to us Biafrans. History. So before we go into that discussion, I want to ask those of you who watched that interview on Voice of Biafra TV, what was the one moment, before we even look at who the man is, what was the one moment that hit you the hardest? One moment that hit you the hardest. What moment made you to stop and say, this is real? That the world is finally seeing us. So let us hear from you before we start the space. What was that moment? What hit you? What was the hardest thing that hit you from all that the man said? Or even if it's not from what the man said, what moment made you to stop and say, this is real? That finally the world is listening. Finally the world is seeing us. So I want to hear from you before we start the space. What moment was that? You know, I don't like passive people in my space. If you are where you cannot talk, maybe you're at work or the place is noisy, I love reading comments from the comment section. So please, everybody must not speak, but your hands are free to type. I really need to hear. Yes, senior citizen, our Minister Ben, please go ahead.
Thank you, tutors, for hosting us today, this very first day of March. I also want to thank my able head of UK, which is Betty, is here. Eunice, I want to thank you for coming. Toti, you're welcome on the Biafra Free Energy Tech. There's been a Biafra, and every one of us that is here. Just want to go deep, just a little bit into it, not much anyway, just to mention. For the topic, that is where we stand at the moment. Biafrans have equal rights to justice and dignity. So let's decide our future. What really hit me most in that place is that Tibor Nagi is talked about our lobbying, that we should know what is to pick a lobby, which we know that we have one, and that is Mazi. Whether is it a Chiapong or what do you call it? That's your nickname. Mazi Gerasolis. So having our own stand of having a good lobbies, because that is very, very important. That shows that we are being heard in the world and we are moving and with speed. Thank you very much. I will not delve much into it as we continue to start to add more Maggi and salt and other things to it. Thank you very much. I use my mic.
Thank you so much. Wow. That was what heated you the most. Thank you so much, our minister. Is it only our minister that is here? So all of you, nothing magnificent happened that day, nothing remarkable, no spirit touched you, nothing hit you at all for almost an hour of discussion? Please make good use of the comment section. I will read out your comments if you're in a noisy place. What struck you the most? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tottiville. What struck you the most? Totti, you've been kicked out again. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, yeah, you are coming out. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for hosting us today. And I also want to thank Minister Betty Ford as well for her efforts towards what she's doing in the media for the Biafra people. I also want to appreciate Ben as well. Sister Eunice, greetings to you. And because of time, I would like to keep it short. And greetings to every one of us here that have taken out their time to grace the space today. And say happy May Day to everyone of us. The blessings upon blessings upon our life from this first day of going on forward. Yeah, and I also want to appreciate our leader as well. Supreme Leader Mazen and also our former Prime Minister, which is no other person than the current Prime Minister, His Excellency Mazi Ogechuku, for all his wonderful efforts that he has been putting together all this while, and we all out here can be able to see the result of those efforts. Regarding the Biafra Republic government in exile, which he is the one leading the Biafra Republic government in exile today. And then, I also want to, we have a very interesting topic up here. And then it says Biafrans have equal rights to justice and dignity. Let's decide our future. And that is exactly what we are doing as a people. Regarding the, the interview on the Voice of Biafra TV between, the political insight regarding what the Biafra people are doing internationally and diplomatically, that was held between our Prime Minister and Ambassador Tibor Nagi. It was very, very, very interesting on that particular lead. And I also want to, commend what Minister Ben Wabo said here. He has been able to validate that yes, we having a lobby is a right step at the right direction. And not only that, him, acknowledging that we are moving in the right direction by having a lobbyist, but he also recommended our lobbyist in the person of Mazi Elias Gerasolis. And for those of us that doesn't know the reason why we are calling him Mazi instead of Mr. Elias Gerasolis, because we have already, the Biafran people have taken him over, and we have bestowed that respect on him because he has been doing wonderfully well in Washington D.C. despite the way things are, but he keeps fighting, and he took this Biafra thing as his own personal issue, and that shows a lot of signs of respect and and concern regarding the Biafran cause. Ambassador Tibo Maggie, acknowledge Mazi Elias that he has been doing well, and that we as Biafrans we are very, very lucky to have Mazi Elias. And not only that, the last question to Ambassador Tibo was the question from our information minister. That particular question was what broke the camel's back on that interview. That I don't know if some of us, grabbed that question that our Minister of Information, in the person of Mazi Sonia, that question that he asked. And if you saw the face of Ambassador Maggie on that particular day, he was like, wow. His face was like, wow. And he was smiling when he was, answering those questions, which proved that, for the Nigerian terrorist state to be recruiting, their so-called repentant terrorists into their military parastatals and, defense, it is very wrong. And that cannot happen anywhere in the world except in Nigeria, because you don't expect the American government they will come out and tell you that they are making budget for, to rehabilitate known terrorists and to integrate them into the society, and not only integrating them into the society, but also integrating them into the defense, startups in the country, and that got me so well, and these 2 points is what makes that program, that particularly very, very interesting, very, very informative, and also giving an exposure regarding what the Biafran Republic government in Nigeria have been doing all this while for the cause of the Biafran people. And at this point in time, I would like to use my mic here. Thank you very much, and thank you for the day. Any other thing will come to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we've not even started the space yet. Don't go. In fact, let me send you the co-host. Yeah. Only 2 persons listen to the program? I'm in the comment section now. I'm in the comment section. John AJ, we are asking questions. So it means you did not listen to the program? Only 2 persons? You cannot tell me that this man came, ambassador came to speak to you, and you couldn't grab one thing that struck you most, one thing to use and defend yourself as a Biafran when the saboteur comes to attack you. You couldn't jot down one thing, even if you want to go and replay and one thing. So doesn't mean the man wasted his time for nothing. I don't believe that. So if you are busy, you cannot speak, please use the comment section. Onyeyere, I sent you the mic. Did you get it? Onyeyere. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Depending on time zone. I just want to contribute as in what I gain.
Remove your ear. We are not hearing you clearly.
Okay, let me remove my earpiece.
Okay.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that makes me I listened on that interview that I was happy is when our information minister asked him that question of can America recruit terrorists, as in reintegrate them into their military? What got me shocked was the way the man answered the question. He answered the question with a parable. That is to tell you that it can never happen at all. So that alone have sent a big wave and a message to everyone. I know that the zoo terrorist government Nigeria, they also watch the interview. They will definitely watch it and see that the whole world is seeing what they are doing, how they are recruiting terrorists and they're bringing them into their military. One other thing he said that every Biafrans need to take home is this. When he said that we also have the right to our own freedom, that it now depends on us to take it or to leave it. That is a message to every one of us that the freedom of Biafra is in the hands of Biafrans. That you should not be expecting anybody to give it to you.
You are muted, Nyenye.
Yeah, I have summarized I just.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I didn't know you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for that contribution. So only 3 persons attended the interview and put down. Okay. Okay. Because it should not look nice. It was a remarkable event. Let me read the comment here. Ezebina once said, "Mine, the moment he acknowledged the failure of the Nigerian government and the dissatisfaction of the U.S. Congress, referring it to arms of demand and supplier." Okay, and then I don't understand. Blessed, what you wrote. The Nigerian government is removing, okay, honest judges that can't be bought and replace them with corrupt judges that will do everything evil for money. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah. Chivo said, for the program, Ambassador Tivo made it clear that Briggy is doing a great job. Also that we have the best lobbyists. Lastly, we have rights to justice and freedom. Thank you so much. Yeah, now you people are making me to be happy. So that when Michael Rubin come again, we have something to talk on. And the Prince, you have the mic. Let me give the mic to Chukudi. So one thing that struck you, this is the opening question before we start the space. One thing, just one thing.
All right, Biafra. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Biafras. So many things struck me, but I will stick on one, just like our mom said. The thing that struck me here is, in that interview, that these people know exactly what we are going through for a very long time, but they are waiting for us to do something. And thank God, our PM and our former PM did exactly what they expected us to do by coming to Capitol Hill and reporting our grievances and what we are going through. Thank you.
Thank you, at the praise. I have a comment here from our brother, John Eje. He said he is happy that we Biafrans have come up to stand and decide or wake up to fight for our freedom, that it is a good move and we are doing the right thing. Thank you so much, John AJ. I've read your comment now. Yes, so Rastaman, what struck you the most? What was your take-home message? Just one thing. Go ahead, Rastaman. Welcome. Please, if you are joining the space, share the space and then kindly send your space donation. We have nothing to announce tomorrow. Go ahead, Rasta.
Okay. Imami, I greet you, I greet everybody. The thing where we say is so, it got me very well is like, after, our information minister is that man. Hey, not only that you go bless that man for us. The way we take, put the last put some way drop for the man, after I drop and finish, the man had to even laugh with the situation in as much as it was not even comedy, but it's a reality. So the man talks, he gave an analogy with jackals and some other animal, how we will fit integrate them. Say, makes sense. So any of us will be saying he gets go listen to that thing again. I cannot now, I'm just paraphrasing, That was the part that really got me, it was the ceiling of the whole thing, because the way our information minister kind of the way he summarized it, it was, there's no word, it was so perfect. The perfection was so good that everybody on the panel had to laugh at this reality, in as much as it was not a joke. But the irony of it made all of them laugh. Then the man then brought out this jackass comparison with what Nigeria is doing. So that was the highlight for me. So everything the man did, the honorable ambassador is an honorable man, obviously, but this part was it was like satisfying for me. After that, I was just relaxing, that put smile on my face, because showing that we are not alone. There are people there who have integrity and they are standing, defending the truth. Thank you very much, Imami.
Thank you, the Rasta man. Thank you. It shows that we have Biafrans that listen to him. So if you don't tell us one thing, one message that you took home, I've been listening to that interview over and over and over and over again. I had to even jot down almost all the words. I was so carried away. So, yes.
Can you? I just remember something I just want to say. One other thing that should also get or make every Biafran to be happy is that I think we are getting to that level where we can now invite this kind of prominent people into what we are doing. That has proven that we are not playing. That is just what I needed to contribute to what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Onyenyere-one. You are absolutely correct. We have climbed up the ladder and we are not coming down. Thank you. More are coming. Sister Ihu HOD, go ahead, you have the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear friends.
Hey, well.
Thank you so much for giving me the mic. Well, all protocol duly observed. Toti, good afternoon. Mommy Betty, good afternoon. Sister Eunice, Gabeno Wabo, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Sister Stella, our senior citizen, good afternoon. Okay, let me stop here because we don't have time. Well, so many things, struck me that very day, but the most what struck me the most was, coming to the knowledge that these people know who we are. They know who we are. Right from time, he knows our history. One thing he said, there is so many resources in Biafra land. And then he went ahead and said something about human resources. That is to say, he knows that we don't even base our income is our whatever is not just on material, all these raw materials or resources, all these resources, petroleum and all that. You know that we have these intellectual properties. We have human resources. So they know. That is to say, they know that we can survive. They know that is to say, they know that we can be a country on our own. We can be a nation on our own. So they know. So that means they are really waiting for us to give them that green light. That's it. I'm at work. Thank you so much. And God bless you all, dear friends.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, HOD, for sparing that time to drop your own submission. Our sister Eunice said, the one that struck her most was when he said, do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so. So this is the one that stood out to me and was the icebreaker, though it came at the end of the program. Thank you so much, our sister Eunice. And then another one from our brother, the man with the baritone voice. He said, I was very happy when he addressed our Prime Minister, our PM as Prime Minister, and I saw another world-class Minister of Information. Thank you so very much. Senator said it was great. I only want to point out the mistake he made yesterday. Even Arnold was making the mistake. That is why they think it is only a system or leadership failure. They focus on the economical part of it and talk about marginalization. I don't really focus on that. Okay? That is your own point of view. My focus is the Islamization and the killing, and we must be alive before talking about the economy. Okay, I understand your point now. Okay, but he said so many things. He said so many things. It shouldn't be only that one that you focused on. So always look at the positive side as well. All right. So we've gotten enough. Okay, Rastaman, your hand is up again. Go ahead.
I just joined the space now. I don't know if somebody mentioned this as well, because the man went also way back when to talk about when Biafra started existing. Before even the British came and things like this. I think it was a very important thing as well, because people all over the world, they always try to look back into their history, where they are coming from and all those things, and try to preserve their essence and things like this. So even talking about Biafra existing way back long ago, it's also a very outstanding point I found out, and I appreciate him making that point as well. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rastaman. And later you will sing for us, Obiko. So, at least we have heard from people, and others will also speak when they are free, or they can put their comments in the comment section. Some people outside our movement might hear that Briggy had a diplomat on Voice of Biafra TV, and they may say, and so what? They are saying, and so what, because of envy and jealousy. Because they don't understand, they don't have brain, they have fish brain. They have fish brain. So I just want to take few minutes to explain to you exactly why Ambassador Tibor on Voice of Biafra TV is a national event, historic event, remarkable event. Please, I think I'm short of words there. Is it adjective to use and explain it more? I think I've tried, and those three words are okay. So I just want to take time to the best of my ability and explain, because I want you to carry this knowledge and share it with every Biafran out there who need to understand what Briggy has accomplished. You must understand who this man is, because in diplomacy, what I've come to realize and understand in diplomacy, a person's words mean nothing without their position. It means nothing without their position. A street vendor saying Biafra should be free is not the same as a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State saying so. Those are two different class of people. So it can never be the same. We discussed on his profile a few days ago, but then just a little recap. Because this man is not a peripheral figure in American foreign policy. This man sits at the absolute top tier of U.S. diplomacy on Africa. So he knows what he's saying. He served as U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa Affairs. This is for those who may not have been privileged to listen or watch the interview. And they may be wondering, who is this man that Briggy is talking about? Who is this man that Tutor is talking about? I just want you to listen to who he is and then get used to his profile, and then you can research. We're not going to go deep because we've talked on this before. So this position this man had is the highest African-focused position in the entire United States Department. So when Ambassador Chivo spoke about African policy, American ambassadors across 54 African countries, they listened to him. This one is not let us pray. No. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, covering Ethiopia-Eritrea war. So he personally helped manage U.S. diplomatic efforts that contributed to the peace process between these two nations. So he knows what it takes for nations to separate and still reach peace. He knows. He's not a novice. He knows what he's doing. He was also a U.S. deputy ambassador to Nigeria in early 90s. During that Abacha and Babangida regime, he was there. He was in Nigeria when June 12 election was annulled. He was there. And he personally knew MKO Abiola. He made it there. He commented on it. He was U.S. ambassador to Guinea and was knighted by the president of Guinea. So his State Department awards include a lot. One of such is recognition for preventing famine in Ethiopia, evacuating Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, and managing the U.S. embassy in Lagos during political and economic crisis. And he arrived in the United States as a political refugee from Hungary. So he knows what he's talking about. So with this man now, with this resume that I've just laid out, the little ones, because we just see how we have a lot to talk about, because we are going to analyze everything he said that day. So when you see this kind of personality sitting down and telling Biafrans that they deserve justice, we deserve justice, we deserve equality, and dignity, and that it is our right to struggle for it. This is not just a casual conversation. It is a statement from someone who has operated at the highest levels of American power. Someone who has seen what happens when oppressed people rise, and who is placing his credibility behind the Biafran cause. So we did not pick him by the roadside. We did not buy him a plate of food to come and speak to Biafrans. He's not a cheap man. You know, some people are just making noise, disgracing themselves right, left, center. We didn't buy him a plate of steak. We can't do that. Cheap. We have to take every word that he said seriously. Ambassador confirmed on air that U.S. officials are now open to exploring possibilities with Britain that they would not have been considered 1 or 2 years ago. So this shift did not happen by accident. This is the direct work of Biafra Republic government in exile lobbyists. So, now some people may ask, would such a man waste his time? And I'm asking you, would such a man, and I believe all of you have the same question, would such a man waste his time on a frivolous cause? Would he risk his reputation for a movement that had no future? Would he do that? The answer is no. He can't waste his time on anything that is fruitless, anything that is dent or criminalized. He cannot do that. He spoke to us because he believes in our cause. And that belief is a weapon in our hands, first ever in history. You see, some people may say, oh, why should we trust an American diplomat? I want to tell you that, yes, you are true. I don't need this thing. I don't know who is doing this nonsense. Is it disturbing you? Somebody is drilling across my building. Is it disturbing?
No, go ahead and Tutos, are you there?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, why should we trust an American diplomat? You know, this is a very fair question to ask. You are free to have that because you've never experienced such occasion before. You've never experienced such a personality before. It was not in Zoom meeting. It was held in Voice of Biafra TV. You've not experienced this before, so it will be like, is it real? Yes, I want to tell you that your question is very, very fair. We do not trust anyone blindly, you know. But when we listen when a man of proven integrity speaks, like Ambassador Tivo, he has no financial stake in Biafra. This is what you have to get into your brain. He has no financial stake in Biafra. Not being paid, nothing. He is retired. So he has nothing to gain. So when he speaks, you can call that character. You can call that conviction, not if you get you see, give me time, I need to open my Bible, you see, I don't understand what it entails. No. So we do not even need to trust him. We need to use his words as tools for our liberation. Because his statements are now in public record. We can quote him, which most of us have done since morning. We can cite him. We can take his words to anywhere we want, any length. We can take his words to U.S. Congress. That is the power that we have now. That's the power. Now, everybody have seen his profile. You have gone through his profile. Do you believe him? The answer is yes. And another person that was there is our Mazi Obong Elias, the man who opens doors in Washington, D.C. Our Mazi Obong Elias is our professional Washington lobbyist. That some people were saying, Elias, come here, you will not succeed. Has he succeeded today? The answer is yes. And what is happening among them? They are fighting for position, sharing the money from 200 men. Hey! You cannot overstate his role, the role of our Obong Mazi Elias. He is so unique and talented. And it is the only effective tool for bridging. The U.S. Congress has 535 members. The White House has how many? Has hundreds of policy staff. The State Department has thousands of officials. Biafra, as a non-state actor, has no automatic access to any of these people. Without a professional lobbyist, with existing relationships in this institution, you are invisible. That's who you are. Your cause, no matter how just it is, simply does not get heard anywhere. We are going to quote what he said before we now move straight. What our ambassador said. He said, to get people, especially policy-making important people, to pay attention to your cause. to your issue, there is need to be a sophisticated, strategic, high-level information and education campaign. In the American system, to get that kind of education around, you need someone with influence amongst American policymakers. Tutu, I think, Toti, I think we have to tweet this one when the space ends. What do you think? Okay, we have to make a tweet with this one. So, he confirmed everything we have been doing. He said, you are absolutely right. We are going to go into detail. This one is just for me to talk about Elias. Absolutely right. It means engaging the right person, somebody who knows the people in Congress, somebody who knows how to make sure that your cause is promoted the way you want to promote it. And he compared our situation to the African National Congress, which we are going to talk later. And the next person will be expecting, hey, on May 4th, the almighty Dr. Michael Rubin. He is a scholar who calls Biafra by its name, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Buckle up, he's coming, still in Voice of Biafra. He is one of the top 5 most influential think tanks in Washington, D.C. Top 5, not top 50, top 5. His colleagues' publications and research has shaped U.S. foreign policy debate at the highest level. I say top 5. These are the caliber of people speaking for Biafrans. Caliber of people. And he has a PhD and master's in history from Yale University. Spent most of his time in post-revolution Iran, Yemen, and all that. But what makes this man extraordinary for Biafra, which he has written publicly on record at one of the world's most prestigious policy platforms, he said that Biafra deserves independence. He didn't say it quietly. He did not say it behind closed. He said it openly. He printed it at the American Institute Enterprise for the world to read it. And please permit me to read what he wrote there. He said, a more astute U.S. policy would acknowledge the reality of decades of Nigerian persecution towards Biafrans, recognize that trust no longer exists, and work towards greater autonomy, if not an international supervised referendum to confirm the Biafra Republic government in exile poll result. And he said, the fact is, this one he said December 2024, he said, the fact is, Biafrans, Catalans, Kurds each deserve freedom and self-determination, historically even more so than Palestinians. Washington should call out their oppressors' hypocrisies and support their aspirations. And he went further to say, just as Somaliland's independence has become a United States national interest, would Biafra independence also augment rational security? Did you hear what he said? So he is not also a social media activist. Neither is he an opinion blogger. No. So Briggy did not find him online. No. Michael Rubin appeared. He spoke to Biafrans during a declaration in Lati, Finland. He attended our first ever congressional briefing in the halls of the U.S. Congress. And the American Enterprise Institute published his talk from that briefing on their official website. And he's coming again on 4th of May. Yeah, 4th, not 5th. He's coming live to Voice of Biafra TV. Why are you not proud of your government? Why are you not proud of your government? So we want to now go into the words of our ambassador. Dottie, do you have anything to say before we proceed?
No. No worries, just go ahead. Go ahead for now.
Okay. All right. You see, our ambassador ambassador who visited us is affirming that Biafra is not inferior. No, we are not inferior. We are not rebels, as Nigerian terrorist government called us. We are not rebels. We are not criminals. We are a people with the same rights as every other people on earth, including the right to self-determination. People that are calling our prime minister criminal, will this kind of man be in the same studio with our prime minister, His Excellency Ogechukwu? The answer is no. I know that you are just frustrated. You are frustrated. We can understand your pain. We can understand. We did not send any of you out of Briggy, so whatever you see, make sure when your BP is high, go for medication. Go and examine yourself. No, you told me that you called me earlier last week. Okay. Yeah. Go and examine yourself. He said, the people of Biafra, the people, he did not say the group. He did not say the activists. He did not even say the separatists, which is what Nigerian terrorist government calls us to, to delegitimize us. He did not say so. He said the people. The people. In international law, peoples have rights that group do not have. People like us, Biafrans, the people of Biafra, we have rights. Groups don't have rights. The people have rights. And when you go back to the UN Terrorist Charter, it says all peoples have the right of self-determination. It is there in their Article 1, even though they don't follow it, but we have to keep on reminding them. So the moment an American former Secretary of State says the people of Biafra, you know what he's doing? Please, I need somebody to answer me. Do you know what he's doing? Immediately he said, the people of Biafra. Who can help me? Today will be like this. So we are doing I'm not doing a front desk. Okay, go ahead. The people. Go ahead, Rastaman.
People simply means a nation. That is showing our legitimacy. There is no argument. There is no. I know maybe it's just a straightforward. This is a people and they are defined as you see them like their map, define them and everything, just the way our charter and our everything, our map, our charter, and that shows who we are as a people, as a nation, because most of us as being kind of contaminated, as I always say, by Nigeria, don't even know the definition of a nation. It simply means, when you mention Biafra, simply a nation. But the people simply means nation as well, because we have a lot in common. Our attitude, our character, our values, everything that defines us. That is what actually I see what the meaning of that people is. And just connecting to what I said before when you mentioned Biafra, when Biafra existed, the term Biafra, the name Biafra, how old it is, because that is something to be preserved. Because if you don't know where you're coming from, to know where you're going to is impossible. Because of going to our roots, I will go to his roots in a bit also and say, personal, that is thank you in his language. Thank you. Hungarian language.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rastaman. Oh, that was beautiful. Hey, our minister is here, Alokba. Alokba, welcome, man. You have the mic.
Good morning, my dear. Good morning to us.
Welcome,
Good morning, dear friends. Yeah, just to add to what Rastaman said, it's also a message for the stubborn TKs that a people is what the world recognizes, not a group. And that people is Biafra people. which the government that has a government, which is a government in exile, and that is what represents the people of Biafra, not a group of people, not a collection of naysayers. So those people who are jumping back and forth, arguing with themselves, cursing themselves out, they are not important. They are just group of people. No, they are individuals, collective of people, and they are not what is important. The world recognize a people. A people have government. A people have defined territory. A people have government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our Lokba. Yes, my co-host, your hand is up.
Yeah, Tutos, am I coming on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, regarding to your question, let me just try my best because, when you mention the people, it also means sending a diplomatic or a political message internationally to the whole world. And for those that have been intentionally ignoring the plight of the Biafran people, intentionally ignoring that Biafrans are people that share one identity and they also have a right to determine their own political future. In terms of when they use the people politically or diplomatically, it means that these people are a distinct community, recognized as having a shared identity, and they also have the right to determine their own political future. And it's not just a random collection of people coming together, like when you see IPOB today. I know so many people might want to argue that fact. IPOB cannot give you freedom. Do you understand? Because it is an organization formed by random people. They just pick people here, pick people here, pick people here, and form that thing as an organization, not as a government. Because for you to be able to fight for the right of the people, you must organize yourself as a people. And this now, I want to take you back through the efforts that the Biafra Republic government in exile have been able to accomplish ever since it was established as a political entity for the Biafran cause. That is why we have a map today. We have a map that contains the 40 states of the United States of Biafra. That is why we did the referendum as a people. Organization does not do a referendum. They cannot give an organization a referendum. Just like some ignorant people that are still there shouting they need referendum. The international community will not listen to you because you are just a random of people put together to be shouting Biafra, but you are not following the right step as a people. But the Biafra Republic government have been able to achieve that main purpose, the way to fight for freedom. And that is why we have the 40 states. Because we have been able to determine our territory, our geographical territory. We have been able, as the Biafra Republic government, to determine our geographical space on this planet Earth that can be referable to any international office or organization to do their historical research about Biafra. And they will come to understand that, yes, we, the Biafran people, are distinct community recognized as having a shared identity. And it is our right, just like the topic that we have up here today, our right to fight for our freedom, just to determine our political future as a people. So thank you very much, tutors. I think maybe I answered the question probably.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Thank you so very much. Let me read. There's a comment here. Okay. If somebody just pressed like, okay. So that man
in my own understanding and perspective, invoked that legal framework that tells the whole world that Biafra is legal. Biafra Republic Government in Exile is legal. Because it's already accredited by the UN Charter. So for him to keep on using that word, the people, he is invoking that legal framework and he's doing it deliberately and passing a message, as you rightly said. Precisely. If you go back to what Michael Rubin said, Dr. Michael Rubin, he also confirmed it in his American Enterprise Institute research that he made, that Biafra was an ancient kingdom. Travelers and cartographers spoke Biafra beginning in the 15th century through the 19th century. The Igbos, the Efik, the Ijos, the Ibibio, the Ogoni, peoples existed as distinct communities for centuries before Nigeria existed. And I believe he's going to repeat this when it comes on the phone. So Nigeria is 65 years old. Biafra's documented history spanned over 500 years. This was what was written down by Dr. Michael Rubin. Now, when you go back and from the topic and the message he gave us before he left, if you look at when he said right to justice, that means we have the right to be treated fairly like every other human being on earth. And Nigeria has not treated us that way. He said we have right to equality, meaning we have the right to be equal to other peoples. But it has never happened. Nigeria treats us as third-class citizens, while cows are first-class citizens, followed by Fulani second-class citizens. They treat us as third-class citizens. And he said we have the right to dignity. We have the right to be respected. Nigeria has murdered us. Nigeria has starved us. Nigeria has humiliated us. So we don't fit in here, and that is why we have to leave. It matters a lot because this is not a favor. He is not saying you might deserve justice. That's not what he's saying. He's saying you have the same right as anybody else, you as a Biafran. Those rights are inherent. You have it. Nobody should take it away from you. They are not given by Nigeria. They are not given by US. They are yours by birth. And the international community has affirmed this right. Pick it up. He said it is for us, Biafrans, to decide how we want it. He is saying that no one else can decide for Biafrans. No one. Not even the United States can decide for us. Not United Nations. No one can decide for us. Not even Nigeria. Only Biafrans, we can decide. And that was why we decided to conduct a referendum. In a different way. First in history as well. That was why when the referendum result was ratified, we have made history with 517 delegates. First ever in the world. It has never happened before. So we have the right to decide. And Michael Rubin confirmed this publicly and called for an international supervised one that we have already done. He said, keep that one aside. Biafrans have already carried out their referendum. Approve it. Accept it. It was monitored. Because he knows we have the numbers. I don't know if somebody is still hearing me. The people have decided. We Biafrans have decided. Okay, thank you. The world needs to recognize what we have decided. Nigeria does not have the right to decide that we must remain part of their terrorist country. They don't have that right. The US or even UN cannot dictate our future. They can only advise. They can support if they want. But they cannot decide for us. It is in our hands. Even Biafra Republic government in exile does not decide alone. The Biafran people as a whole must decide. Our government is very transparent. Whatever they want to do, they bring it to the public. They cast votes. They seek the consent of Biafrans. You see? Most of us may say, oh, how do Biafrans decide? Who speaks for us? I want you to listen. Some want referendum. We have done it, and it has been ratified. Some want Brigi to lead. Yes, we have a government. Biafrans must decide. No one else will decide for you. And that decision must be free and fair and transparent, which our government is already doing. Unlike the money that you are giving to the mad woman in Georgia, my accountability that they are telling you corruption is ongoing. Nobody is held accountable. You have not seen anything that they've done with your money. For how many years? They have embezzled your money. The Biafra Republic government in exile is not running the government like that. It is filled with transparency. And the man said, we have to struggle for it. Freedom is not given, it is taken. But it is taken through organization. It is taken through education. It is taken through diplomacy. It is taken through persistence. It is taken through unity, not through violence alone. Now ask yourself, what have you done? What have you contributed? What are you using for your own struggle? He did not say beg for it. He did not say, okay, wait for it. He said struggle for it. I told you we are going to break down his word one by one. And please get ready to speak. He said struggle for it. Biafra Republic government in exile work in Washington, D.C. with our lobbies. They've attended congressional briefing. They have agreement and engagement with think tanks. They have carried out diplomatic outreach, educating them, bringing Ambassador Nige to our platform, our Voice of Biafra TV. And Dr. Michael will be there on May 4th. This is the struggle that Tibo is talking about, Ambassador Tibo is talking about. You cannot lie down on your mocha form and expect to get freedom. He says struggle for it because it can never be given to you on a platter of gold. You have to work for it. And our government is so nice. The only thing they need from you is your EJ and your EJMA. They are not telling you, go to this office and speak for us. People are there to do the job. All they need is your EJ and your EJMA. Just make the transfer. That's all. Go and relax. Let expatriate handle it for you. That is the struggle that Ambassador Tibo is talking about. The civilized, strategic, international, credible struggle of a people who know their rights and are pushing them with professionalism and intelligence, not doubt. On social media, the way they dress, you'll be so ashamed to have anything to do with them. The way they talk, ranting, shouting, wah. Oh, come on. What's going on? That's what the man is saying. What struggle means for Biafra today? Because some may say, hey, what can I do to struggle for Biafra? You have a lot to do. Start with education. Now you are in this space. Have you shared this space? Start from there. Have you shared this space? Learn the fact. Know who is working for you. Know who is speaking for you. We have a lot of our members hosting programs in YouTube. If we don't have space, do you go there to listen to them? Do you even share? Have you subscribed to Betty for TV? Have you subscribed to the questionnaire? The other one, is it Nelly TV and Okute TV, Nyama TV? There are many now springing up because the message must penetrate. Are you there to support? Everybody must not have YouTube channel. Now I'm saying, I'm asking for space donation. Tomorrow, nothing to donate. Nothing to donate. Talk to your
family, you have rich men and women in your family. Tell them the extent that we have gone. Don't keep this information limited to yourself alone. We have work to do. I told you, our government is not stressing you. All they need is your Eja and your Ejema. And the work is done. Talk to your friends. We have GoFundMe. Have you shared the link? Have you shared the QR code with your friends? Correct the lies. Yesterday in Mama's Betty's program, a man logged in, and we noticed that this man had never known anything about Brigi. We had to educate him yesterday, and he was happy. So it is your duty to correct the lies out there. Like as my canon is going to Ajay's program thinking he's the Minister of Information, you need to let him know that already they said he's so cheap they can buy him over with a plate of stick. The same people that are inviting him, they've already started insulting him. What will happen when he finishes the program? The next thing, they'll go and beg him for money from NGO. And he will run away. So correct the lies there, educate our people. Support Biafra Republic government in exile. I'm listing out how you can do your own struggle for Biafra. Use your time and your skills. Build unity. Stop attacking Prime Minister Ogechukunke. You are wasting your time. You are targeting the wrong target. That's the mistake you are doing. Stop spreading rumors. Stop dividing us. Because we need this Biafra. The struggle is long, but the victory worth it. You must struggle for it. The man did not come there to tell you, okay, go and sleep. Everything will be fine. Tomorrow, you will get your freedom. No. That's not what he said. So now, let's go to the video, and then we will listen to the first part.
Honorable guest from America, and I will be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Rabobi Chukwukere, welcome to the show. The floor is yours.
Thank you from here, and greetings, lovers of the world, Biafrans and friends of Biafra. So we have our guests in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Thibault Nage is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I have known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nage is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary, and it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Thibault Nage held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April 2025, and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nage was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised two presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. Ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria, during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President beginning in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Now, before we listen to his response, I don't know if you have another device. You can see how the atmosphere was. The atmosphere was very calm. Very, very calm. The atmosphere was calm. Everybody was smiling. Oh my God. There was no tension. The man was relaxed. Ambassador was relaxed. Our Mazi Elias was relaxed. Our Prime Minister was relaxed. Then our go condemn. Hey, he was smiling. Look at their dress code. Everybody looked neat. Let's listen to his response. Then we'll break it down.
Thank you very much, and I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student, and I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American diplomatic service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the deputy ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship, and because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now we will take it from there and see what we can do. Please feel free to pick the mic. I just want to pick out on some words from his comments or submission, I would say. And the first one that struck me there was when he said, not an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. Until you have a tour in Nigeria, you cannot say that you are an Africanist. And I believe some people may be saying, why should we care what American diplomat thinks about Nigeria? You see, You have to care because American diplomats shape US policy. So when a top diplomat like Ambassador Nagy says, you cannot be an African expert without knowing Nigeria, he is telling us that Nigeria is on America's radar. And if Nigeria is on America's radar, then Biafra, which is the richest part of Nigeria, can also get on that radar. That is our opening. That's our opening. In American diplomacy, an Africanist is someone who is considered an expert on Africa. You must work in Nigeria for anybody to take you seriously as an Africanist. You must work because Nigeria is the largest country in Africa with largest economy. And he said, he said so many things, but please, when you pick up the mic in this first segment, you can add your own. He said, I have been interested in Nigeria since I was a student because the Biafra war was going on. He was a university student at Texas Tech University in the late 1960s. And when the Biafra war happened, 1967 till date, because I can never say it has stopped. And he watched every news, he read every report, he saw the images of starving Biafran children that stayed with him for his entire life, just like the images of IDP camp that will stay with Reverend Moore till his entire life he can never forget. Because he said that what he saw on ground was totally different from all the testimonies he received from the survivors. He can never forget. So, Ambassador Nagy is not a newcomer to our struggle. He has been aware of Biafra for over 15 years. 50. So he's not jumping on a train. He has followed our stories for decades. He saw the suffering with his own koro eyes. He did not learn about Biafra from Nigerian propaganda. He saw the truth as it was happening. And his interest was personal, not professional. Because he did not study Biafra because he had to. He studied Biafra because he wanted to. So the passion is real. And you could see it on his face that day. And you may be wondering, okay, if he cared so much, why didn't he help Biafra in 1960s? You know, these are some of the questions that some people may be wondering. Those that are reasoning from their anus. I want to let you to know that, you know, in 1960, he was a student, not a diplomat. He had no power then. But he watched and remembered everything. And when he finally got power as ambassador, as assistant secretary of state, he used that power to speak for us. That is what matters. Nothing more. I fell in love with the country and the people. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance. Did you hear that? I don't know if anybody is hearing me.
We're hearing you.
Okay. Because my screen, don't know what is going on here. But let's see how it goes. So that is what he said. Very difficult to describe the situation of Nigeria. He saw everything. His heart is broken. He's expressing genuine emotion. Who would ever think that Nigeria would turn out to be a killing field for Christians? The most dangerous place to be a Christian. He's saying that Nigeria could have been a great country. It has everything. It has the oil, it has gas, it has land. Nigeria has brilliant people, but bad governance. And we saw what happened 2 weeks ago with Matawela. Bad governance, corruption, dictatorship, religious persecution, has destroyed all the potentials. He is not anti-Nigeria. He loves Nigeria. He wanted Nigeria to succeed. So that is even what makes his criticism more powerful, because it comes from a place of disappointment, not hatred. And he immediately identified the problem as bad governance. He's not blaming the Nigerian people. Don't do what you did when they were talking about accountability. As though US is coming to sanction everybody in Nigeria. No. He is not blaming the Nigerian people. He is blaming the Nigerian government. That is exactly our position today. And his heart is broken. This is genuine sadness. He cares. It's a fact. And you may say, oh, if he loves Nigeria so much, why is he supporting Biafra independence? Because he loves Nigeria, including Biafrans. He sees that the system is broken. He sees that Biafrans are suffering. He did not read it from book. Oh. It is what he saw with his eyes. It is what he documented by himself during the war. He believes that Biafran independence is the only way to stop that suffering. We must leave Nigeria. Nigeria must be disintegrated. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to let go. That is where he is right now. Let Biafrans leave Nigeria. He said Nigeria is one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but ranking in the world. I'm reading because I told you I jotted down the few points from what he said. Now look at the population of Nigeria. Over 250 million people. The largest is too much. It's overpopulated to be a nation. Nigeria should be split into even 8 or 10 nations. Finland is 5 million as a nation. So what happens to these 250 million people affect the entire continent with the largest economy in Africa. So when Nigeria sneezes, the West Africa catches cold. And now look at terrorism. Boko Haram and ISWAP, they are operating in Nigeria. If they are not contained, which they are not, they are already threatening neighboring countries. They've gone to Europe. They have spread everywhere. So for those that may be saying, oh, if America needs Nigeria so much, why would they ever support us? Because America needs stability. They have to support us. I'm here to answer your doubt and clear them. America needs stability. And they also need reliable partners more than they need the dysfunctional terrorist Nigerian government. They don't need them. Nigeria today is a mess, filled with corruption, killings, terrorism, filled with religious persecution, and they're still denying, bribing, hiring lobby to deny that nothing is happening. Nigeria is safe. So America is tired of it. That was when Ted Cruz came out and said, enough of this nonsense. We have given you time. Still, what we are seeing is incessant killings. You have not stopped. You are complicit in killing Christians. Even Reverend Moore had to change his tone. So America is tired of it. Biafra offers a fresh start. And that is what we are good at. A smaller, more governable, more stable country that shares America's value. And that country is Biafra. If you don't like it, go and hop transformer. That is why we are making our push now and not tomorrow. The timing is now. So don't sit on the fence, and when the food is ready, you come for it and bring your plate. Or in fact, don't even bring your plate. They will save you. That is not the kind of Biafra that we want. You must play your role. You must play your part. You must struggle for it. That is what Ambassador said. And our Prime Minister asked him, why do you have passion for justice for Biafra? Why? Why do you have passion for justice for Biafra, as well as similar great groups such as Ambazonia? I don't know if my co-host is there. Toti, are you there? Okay, Toti, I will send this to your inbox so that you read the response that the man gave. Is that okay by you? Are you free? Okay. So that you assist me there. I'm going to send it now. Yeah, it is there. Can you please read it out when our PM asked him, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra as well as similar groups such as Ambazonian? Are you ready? Did you get it?
Yes. Should I go on the response of Mazi Elias, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and the response to the question to Mazi Elias from our Prime Minister, His Excellency Mazi.
No. Our Prime Minister was asking Ambassador. I just shared his response.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. The response from Ambassador Tigo Tigre is he said, yeah, that's a great question, because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has, and I also know specific to Biafra that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, have been following events and Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafra War. And even now have been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investment and after effects of the Biafra War, which was more than 50 years ago. That there's still some after effects which there are still some after effects that the people are suffering from. So, like a couple of other places in Africa, it is tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they are getting today. Thank you very much to this. Hope you get me right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We all heard his response. I'm going to start from the one he said. I know. Does anybody have anything to say before I continue? I know specific to Biafra that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. He's very specific. Biafra, specific to Biafra. He is not guessing. He is speaking with precision. He has studied the data. And it matters a lot because when I was listening, this is not an opinion. This is a statement of fact from a man who had access to US intelligence. The part of Nigeria that contains so many resources, further confirming that the resources like the oil that they're stealing from us, Chinese is stealing from us, the gas, even the agricultural land, are concentrated in Biafra territory. So we have the resources, as our brother said, was it our brother Rastaman? We have what it takes to govern ourselves. This man was in our studio passing information to the entire world that, come, you people should understand the people he is representing, which is Biafra. This is who they are. When you hear that Nigeria is rich, it is the Biafra territory that has all the resources that Nigeria is stealing from them, not Nigeria itself. Biafra territory contains all those resources. So he is confirming that those resources belong to us. That Nigerian wealth is not spread across 36 states. It is concentrated in Biafra land. That actually the part of Nigeria that makes that country rich is Biafra land. That is telling the world that without Biafra, Nigeria will be poor. This is the reason they don't want us to live. But we are already gone. Nigeria wealth comes from our land. How many oil wells does Sultan of Sokoto have? How many does he have? He has many. None of us have oil well. None. But look at what they did to our brother. He has become a pipeline security guard, Tompolo, something that belongs to him, guarding oil wells for the Fulanis. So this destroys the Nigerian argument that we are better together. No. If we are the ones providing the wealth, why are we the ones suffering? Why? Why are we the ones suffering? Because if you go back to the data, according to Nigerian government data, Nigerian government says that over 90% of Nigerian foreign exchange comes from oil. Where is that oil? That oil is in Biafra land. Nigeria gas reserve, they said it is among the largest in Africa. They are primarily in Biafra land. Nigeria agricultural export comes largely from our land. And what do we get in return? Crumbling roads, no electricity, no water, unemployment zero. No, they don't want to employ us. Our children are being kidnapped. Our mothers are killed and raped. Even our fathers are raped. Villages are burnt down. So Ambassador says it clearly. The people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investment. This is an indictment. Nigeria is a colonial project where Biafra is the colony. We produce while they consume. We produce, Fulani consume. We work, they steal. And they kill us on top of it. And someone may say, okay, if we have all the resources, why are we poor? Because the resources alone do not make a people to be wealthy. Let that sink into your brain. What makes a people wealthy is control over their resources. If you don't have control over your resources, you can never call yourself a wealthy person or a wealthy nation or a wealthy family. No, you must have control. And right now, the Nigerian terrorist government, dominated by the Northern and the what do you call these people? Southwestern, that is the Yorubas. They control our oil. They sell it. They keep the money.
Is it
They
a
sell
funja?
back a tiny fraction. Hello?
Is it a funjas?
Yes, I wanted to remember the name, but thank you. Afonjas. They steal our allocation, they don't even give to us. So by the time anything reaches you, nothing is left. Nothing is left. Economic colonialism is happening again in Biafra land. He said, I saw the incredible suffering that people endured during the Biafra war. So he watched everything as a student. He has not forgotten. Most of the world had moved on. He has not moved on until justice is done, until justice is served for the Biafra people. So his support is rooted in history. He is not supporting Biafra because of current politics or position or money. He is supporting Biafra because of what he witnessed 50 years ago. This man came to Voice of Biafra TV and poured out his mind to the whole world, poured out his mind to you Biafrans who are sitting on the fence and have refused to fund your freedom. So he knows Nigerian capacity for evil. He saw what Nigeria did to us. Until today, no apology, which we don't even need it. The only apology is take your Biafra and go. And we don't even wait for them because he has told us, struggle for it. And we have the strategies. So he knows they can do it again. That is why he's telling you, buckle up, struggle for it because they are at your doorsteps killing you again. So why does a war from 50 years ago still matter? These are some of the questions. I always go through some handles when I'm flipping my phone. I want you to know that it matters a lot because the same Nigeria that starved our children during that war is the same Nigeria that is killing our people today. The forces have changed. The leaders have changed. But the system has not changed. Nigeria still sees Biafra as expendable to the extent that they are calling us terrorists. So Ambassador Nagy knows this. That is why he spoke on that day that he will not close his mouth. We don't have the share of resources. We don't. The after effect of the Biafran war is still being suffered today. He made that comment that the trauma, the displacement, the economic destruction, even the political marginalization of Biafrans did not end in 1970, that it continues till today. So how do you overcome this? We will overcome this by leaving the terrorist country, Nigeria. As long as we remain in Nigeria, the system will continue to marginalize us. We cannot change Nigeria. Nigeria is too big, too corrupt. Buhari said fantastically corrupt. That was what he told Queen Elizabeth. But we can live. We can build our own nation. That is the only way to end the suffering. Apart from that, nothing can end. So I don't know if anybody have anything to say to the first segment of that interview before we continue. Yeah, Toti. Oh, yes, Mama.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have it.
Okay. Thank you, Toti. Thank you, Biafrans, my great people, lovers of freedom all over the world. I greet you all. Please, because of time, I wouldn't be greeting everyone one by one. I appreciate all of you. And I thank Chukwu Okike Abiama for all our leaders, starting from Onyendu to His Excellency Mazi Ogenkere, all of them. I thank God for them. I greet all of you once more, and I say happy new month of May. And I stand on the existing protocol. Biafrans, my people, you know, a lot has been said. So much has been said by tutors, Toti, Chukwudi, Onyenyere, Love, Minister Love. And you see, my pain most of the time is that we are the ones holding ourselves. Just ask me why I'm saying that, or why I use that phrase, that we are the ones holding ourselves. I know that we Biafrans, we are very polished, intelligent, educated, hard-working people, entrepreneurs, people who can make things happen. When you keep hearing, I'm not just boasting in what I'm going to say now. When you keep hearing Nigeria, 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 it is Biafrans. Now, Nigeria proscribed Biafrans as terrorist group, using the governors to do that. David Umahi, to be precise. He announced it. They proscribed us. So when you see a powerful retired man like T. Bonage, the former ambassador, coming to answer Breji, to be interviewed on the platform of Voice of Biafra, you will realize and recall that when he said that during the war he was a student, that he never forgot who we are. And it beats my imagination that our people do forget who they really are. Because when you bring yourself down to the level of kids, they will play with you. They will look at you as a toy because that is what they know how to do. Anytime you bring yourself down to the level that you are now with kids,
they will play with you like a toy. Why are we allowing Fulanis to toy about with us? Somebody like Ali Nonyema gave Nigeria government 2 billion or 2 million, 2 million, 2 billion naira, which is a lot of money. And he's a Biafran from Olu. So Biafrans, we cannot be going round and round all the time. Why we are doing this is to create this awareness. When is it going to stop? When are we going to keep fighting for freedom for the rest of our lives? Our people in homeland, let me tell you the truth, they are richer than us that lives in diaspora. They are richer than us. They feel so comfortable. So my wonder sometimes is, does it mean that our people now wants to be Muslims? They want to be Islamized? They want to be Fulanized? Why are they waiting for this long to come and support their government in exile? Or is it that some of them are so daft that they don't know, they can't even go and search, why do these people have government in exile? What are they looking for? Like the person that came yesterday. So Biafrans, we have everything going for us. Now, there was a comment that this very retired ambassador Tebonage made mention of. There was a time he said that it beats his imagination why Nigerians don't do well in their country, but they do well when they were overseas. And you could recall the progress of Biafrans in America. Why? Because there are people there, they have Nigerian passport. So they all still answer Nigeria. He is referring to we Biafrans, but he doesn't know how else to ask that question. That why is it that Nigerians do better overseas? Because I could recall that we do very well in everything we do. Whatever we are doing, we are very careful, very organized. And that is why Nigeria is doing everything humanly possible to destroy Breji. Now they will tell you, oh, this person said this, the other person said that. Our PM has made it clear, no negotiations with anybody without Breji. Not even Onyendu, not Simon Ekpa. The negotiation must be with Biafra Republic government in exile. And America must be there. His speech 3 days ago. So our people in homeland, you are all businessmen and women. You have money to make this Biafra come through. Because I don't know what you are doing. You prefer to give the Fulanese money for ransom when they kidnap you. That time you will have money. Instead of bringing this money to our government, what am I going to tell you people now that you haven't heard? 2,000 is here 247. 30 the same. Everybody is talking. I don't know what you people want us to do for you. To understand that Nigeria government does not want Biafra to come. Because for anybody to be thinking that we, Biafra Republic government in exile, will go back to DOS or IPOB, is a dream that will never come true. Because we have worked so hard. We have crossed all the Rubicon. We don't need to be every day teaching, telling you, shouting. If this Biafra Republic government in exile is something like immigration, and they say to you, you live abroad. If you don't join it, you will be sent back to Nigeria, or you pay $10,000, because they are paying £10,000 in this country now to regularize their leave to remain as British citizens or as foreigners in this country. Those who are doing immigration law. So, Biafrans, everything you need to know or you need to hear have been said. They have all been said. I don't know what else we need. We are not terrorists. If we are terrorists, as Nigeria called us, this man wouldn't honor the invitation or the interview. On the 4th now, today is 1st, in the next 3 days, the American fellow, Michael Rubin, will be here with us because they know that we are not terrorists. We are fighting for freedom. To give Mazi Nnamdi Kanu life sentence is unimaginable, unbelievable, unfounded grounds to imprison somebody who is a freedom fighter while the real terrorists are there walking around. So, Biafrans, let us rise up and fund our freedom. I don't know what you people are waiting to see before you know that Fulanis are very serious. They are serious. They are not joking. They are everywhere. Only God knows what they are waiting in order to infiltrate the whole place and wipe everybody out. Maybe because they are seeing America shadow behind us. So, Biafrans, we should rise up. We should rise up with your money, Ejema and Eje. I wish there's a force that will be, elected to go and get this money from our people, because enough is enough. They are just keeping quiet as if nothing is happening. Go to Instagram, you see them partying, showing off, dancing, wearing shine clothes, as if nothing is happening in their land. Yeah? Anybody watching them do all this, we say, why are you people talking about this? People who don't understand what is coming for them. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have been on and off. I was cooking when you started. So that's why I come here, I go there, watching what I'm cooking. That's why I have not been steady. Thank you so much. I'm here now. Any topic, I will just chip in, because I can see that our people don't like when they come here. You don't know whether they are here or not, and they won't say anything. Talk to our people, talk to them. No matter what you say to them, talk to Biafrans. Our people like to hear with their eyes. Only when it comes to their front that they will start running. Thank you so much. All hail Biafra.
Thank you, Mama. Please, I'm salivating here. What are you cooking?
Chinese
Cooking,
Chinese noodles.
Hey, yeah, you will pay fine. Where is Olapa? Can you imagine? How will you teleport it to us?
I will post it. I will post it.
Please.
Betty.
Ma?
Minding my business, and you are there rattling. First you say you're cooking. And then we thought you're cooking something real. You cooking noodles? You are going to pay for that.
Tomorrow.
You're going to pay. Now the world is hearing you. You're not supposed to be cooking noodles, okay, Mama?
Okay. 10,000 a day. Okay. I will send my receipt to Tutos. 10,000 a day for that.
All right, for cooking the wrong food. Okay. We continue.
Thank you, Olapa. I know you are here. Everybody behaves when they see you. Thank you so much, Mama. God bless you for that great submission. Now, let's listen to the next question that our Prime Minister asked our guest, Ambassador Tibo.
Promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and have
Sorry, Toti, I forgot. You have the mic.
No, go on, please. After you're done playing, I will say something.
Okay.
aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful. With President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria, from our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
The whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States. It's gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taking it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Yeah. Toti, are you there? God bless you for that. Toti? Yeah? Should I bring you down?
Just give me a few minutes. I will come up, please. You can go ahead after this.
Okay. So, Biafrans, the two questions overlapped. So that was why I played them at once. You heard everything. You heard the response from Ambassador. All that he said. He was being diplomatic in the answers that he gave. And he ended it by saying, God bless you. And you could see that he has acknowledged that the killings of Christians is now taking place in the Biafra territory. He made mention of political forces. That one drew my attention. What are the political forces against Christians? And we know them. Benefit of that, for those who don't know, I want to tell you what constitutes the political forces. And first in my mind is the Northern political elite. Those are the politicians from the 19 Northern states who have controlled Nigeria right from the time of Usman Dan Fodio till today. And these people ensure that power stays in Muslims' hands. They broke the Christian-Muslim rotation that was in place, and they'll never allow a Christian president to have real power. But even if a Christian president have real power, a video is out there that all of them are afraid of something. All of them are afraid. Tinubu is afraid of acting. All the service streams, they are afraid of acting. Goodluck Jonathan was also afraid. Osibanjo was also afraid. The question is, who are they afraid of? Who are they afraid of? Lawal said he cannot because they have to give power from Abuja. Who are they afraid of? They are afraid of Britain and the Sokoto Caliphate. Fulani establishment is another political force. Yes, so when you have all the traditional rulers, Fulani Headers Network, and their political backers, they are the ones that attack Christian farming communities. They are the ones that seize land. And they are the ones that are pushing now Sharia towards our region. Saying, yo, Igbo Muslim, there is nothing like Igbo Muslim. It will never happen. So if you have collected money from them and disguised yourself as a Muslim, you better return their money to them because there is nothing like Igbo Muslim. It will never happen. Not in Biafra territory. Pack and go to Sokoto. Go to the 12 states and practice your Sharia over there. But you see Biafra territory, there is nothing like Imo. It has never been and it will never be. Then we also have one of such political forces, one of such is the Nigerian Boko Haram military that is made up of senior military officers dominated by the Northern Muslims. And they use this military force to suppress us Christians, to suppress us Biafrans, while they protect their Northern allies. Islamic extremists, they are there. Where you have the Boko Haram, all the 24 terrorist group in Nigeria, who are there to exploit Christians because we are their targets. They kidnap Christians, they force you to convert. And then you now have the almighty politicians like the APC that was already designated by Canada, PDP, all of them. They are dominated by Northern Muslim politicians. And they have no interest in protecting you, Biafrans. They have no interest in protecting Christians. They have broken every informal agreement that gave Christians a share of power. They have broken it. That is how far these political forces, evil forces, have done. So these forces will never accept a fair deal for Christians because they benefit from the current system. They fight any change, whatever change you bring, they will fight it, including our independence. And you know that Biafra independence is the only solution. And within Nigeria, Christians will always be third-class citizens because the political forces are too powerful. The international communities must name these forces instead of shying away from it. And our ambassador, Naji, said, is hinting that the U.S. knows who these forces are. Our Rep, Senator Ted Cruz also said the same thing, that they know who they are, they know where they live. Just like Nigerian terrorist government knows the terrorists by name and by location. Excuse me. Hey, no, that's he said Christian suffering in the U.S. has been controversial and has gone back and forth. I'm like, okay. So in American politics right now, there's a debate about whether Christians in Nigeria are truly being persecuted or whether they're just caught in the crossfire of a general violence. This is what the lobbies that Tinubu paid, this is what they're trying to do. They have 4 different groups of lobbyists. 4 different groups. So some American politicians have been reluctant to claim genocide, or even while others have been more willing to name it. So the debate is not settled because of the money. You saw Daniels, Kimberly, yeah, the lawmaker Kimberly. I hope I've pronounced her name very well. She came out and said, "You cannot close her mouth. You cannot silence her. She must speak because Christians are being killed in Nigeria. Matawela, keep your money. You cannot divide us. You cannot bribe her." Within a year, they will try to emerge as headmen of that camp. So the debate is not settled yet because of money. Imagine Matawela telling the American lawmaker, just name your price, we will pay you. This is open check, name your price, we will pay you. Pay you for what? To deny that there's genocide of Christians in Nigeria. So this administration is our best opportunity. Because I'm quoting from what Ambassador said, that Trump administration is taking it seriously. So that means our lobby should focus on Trump alliance officials, which they are doing extremely effective. To dominate everybody. That the declaration of Christian genocide is a major win, and President Trump's declaration is a powerful tool. A powerful tool that we can use it to pressure Nigeria and to build international support. In the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities. Some people may say, why does American politics determine whether our suffering is recognized? I want to tell you that that will happen because America is the most powerful country in the world. When America speaks, the world listens. If America says Christian genocide is happening in Nigeria, then the United Nations, the terrorist United Nations, even the European Union that is sending money, European Commission that is sending money for terrorists to be reintegrated into the Boko Haram military, they will listen. They will be aware. They cannot deny it. If we can't, then we can employ. So that will put pressure on Nigeria. But for now, only USA. Pressure from USA is enough. It is enough. That is why we care about American politics, not because we don't have what to do. We believe in them. We believe in their policies. We believe in their politics. We believe in their truth. And we need their power to achieve our freedom as well. You know, this morning I saw another picture that someone said, if these politicians' forces are so powerful, How can we ever win? Oh my goodness me. I want to tell you that these forces are powerful in Nigeria, but they are weak internationally. They cannot stop us from telling our story in Washington, D.C. They only flex muscle in Nigeria. They cannot stop us from building alliance with President Trump's administration. They cannot. They cannot stop us from lobbying Congress. Our battlefield is not Nigeria, it is the world. And on the world stage, we are winning every day. If you listen to what our ambassador said, he said that the victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue. The most dramatic recent issue. American policymakers of all parties are looking at it and saying it is absolutely wrong. But then, he did something even more important. He dismantled the lie that Nigeria tells to anyone to deny Christian suffering. When he said that people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several concurrent crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. That is what Ambassador said. You see, more Muslims die than Christians. So there is no Christian persecution. That's what it means. The violence killing Muslims is in the northeast, Boko Haram and all of them, versus other Muslims. That is a Muslim on Muslim conflict. It has nothing to do with Christians. The header farmer crisis is just about land. They are there to take your land. And they are all Muslims. They are there to take your land. The farmers in central Nigeria and Biafra land are overwhelmingly Christians. And they are being targeted because of their faith. Another lie Nigeria says is Christians are not being singled out. I've said the farmers say that crisis is not just about land, not religion. I've just told you, no. The truth is that they have kept Christians at their target. And the first line, which is what this man said, Ambassador said, more Muslims die than Christians. Those are all lies from Nigeria. But we have countered it. We have countered it. So for them to say Christians are not being singled out, we said no, those are all lies. That in central Nigeria and Biafra land, we have overwhelming number of victims that are Christians. So the man helped us to counter that rubbish yesterday. And he said, it even more clearly, there is in fact a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the President Trump administration has taken it very seriously, unlike the previous administration. In the Northeast, violence is between terrorists and the Muslim. So he has made that distinction very, very clear. He's not separating the crisis. What he's saying is, do not use death of Muslims in the Northeast to deny the death of Christians in the Central Region and South Biafra land. There are different conflicts caused by different factors with different victims. Tati, are you free? Okay. So if people now say, why should we care about what America thinks about our religion? We need to care because American international recognition is the key to our freedom. No country becomes independent alone. South Sudan needed US support. Kosovo needed US support. East Timor needed international support. When the most powerful country in the world says Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria, they put pressure on Nigeria. Yes, Mama.
Sorry, my dear.
Yeah, go ahead.
What actually attracted my attention now is about killing of Muslims in Nigeria. Remember that Garba said that Boko Haram is the freedom fighter for the northerners. Now, in the north, they have the one they call Shia and Sunni Muslims. They kill themselves. Christians do not set out to kill Muslims the way they set out to burn churches, kill pastors, abduct reverend fathers, and kill them. Secondly, these terrorists, they go to military base, especially military base where the concentration of the soldiers from the south, either southwest or southeast, are, because they know themselves. They know what they are doing. They will invite you to come to join the army, that the southeasterners should join the army. And when they do join, because some of them are just jobless and they can no longer wait to do any other thing than to join Nigerian military, because if you go there, you will see people from Southeast joining the Nigerian army. They will just go and ambush them. So when they ambush these soldiers, they will fight with them, and those ones who are fighting them are the Boko Harams, the Muslims that are being killed. They can never bring any video where Christians have set out to go and burn their mosque or kill them, because they are everywhere in Nigeria. They are in Owerri. They are in Enugu. They are everywhere selling their money. They are the ones who are allowed to sell money in Nigeria, apart from the bank. If that money sales are being done by, or is being done by Southeasterners, that will be a big problem. So they are everywhere and we see them and we don't attack them. We know that they are Muslims. They are in Abakaliki everywhere. They are in the one they call coastal region. Everywhere Muslims, Fulanis are there, rearing their cattle. We don't attack them. So anybody saying that Muslims are equally killed, they are the ones killing themselves, not Christians, not Biafrans. We don't kill anybody. We have no problem with Islamic religion. They are the ones who have problem with Christians. And that is the way it is. We don't kill them. We don't attack them. They are the attackers. They attack themselves based on Shia and Sunni. They attack Christians. So this is what is going on in Nigeria. This is no longer the time we have to keep quiet and die for nothing, or the time that it was only Okoko on them. The poor man did a lot. May his soul rest in peace wherever he is. That man did a lot for Biafrans. Now you can see what that man did during the war. So what they are saying is wrong. Nobody is killing Muslims in Nigeria. Muslims kill Muslims. Christians don't go out killing Muslims. We don't have time. We have never had any religious issues. They should let us go. We are not compatible with the Fulanis. There's a video I have here. Please, can I play it? Or should I allow Toti to go ahead? I have a very short video. Maybe next time.
Yeah, Mama, play now. Toti is not ready. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let me play it. Everybody has said it. But there is something I'm going to just talk about this video.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it, obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first.
A northerner first.
If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to
Have you heard it? If they cannot get a foreigner or an expatriate like himself, any other Nigerian will be on contract. So Tinubu, Obasanjo, all these people that have ruled Nigeria that are not northerners, according to him, are on contract. That was why Najatu asked Tinubu, your blueprint for northerners. He said, I don't have one. I don't want to step on any toes. These toes is exactly what this man is saying, that it is northerners first. So I'm only saying this for those of you who are following Obi, all those obidiots. Obi can never rule Nigeria without contract, and that contract is because it has to be northerners' interest first. And who are the northerners? The Fulanis. And he's saying that the Igbos are this type of people because we all know that there are 3 ethnic groups in that region: the Hausa, the Igbo, the Yoruba. That's it. 40 United States of Biafra. He said that we are this type of people that whenever we come to a village, we want to dominate because they live in the bush. And we don't like living in the bush. We come to anywhere we go to, we develop. So, what are we waiting for? Why would you be waiting for Obi to come and give you new Nigeria? Because he will be there on contract. All their father's legacy, they are not living it. They are not stepping an inch out of it. You have all heard it from him. I just brought out this video now to play it, to remind anybody that no other person can rule Nigeria apart from a Fulani man. Even northerners have no say. The people of the real Hausa people have no say. Do you know that they don't protest? They say that protest is haram. That is the Sharia law. It is haram. They don't protest. One of them told me that why they are holding Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, they found him that he's daring them by giving ESN gun, that they have made law that nobody should carry arm except the Fulanese. So how long do we think we are going to be hanging abroad waiting to fight freedom instead of waking up now to donate and free ourselves from the Fulanese? This was 18th century when Usman Dan Fodio came. That same legacy has lingered up to this 2026. And if we keep quiet, it will continue to linger. And they will definitely deep that their Quran. So Biafrans, rise up and think. Thank you. I'm here.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mama, for the video. The audio. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Tati, you are there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was somehow engaged. That was why I couldn't speak earlier on. Yeah, let me give a response to the line of talk, your second line of topic before I go to the first line of topic regarding your analysis on the British space today. And I want to speak directly to the international community and also the diplomats and most especially the congressmen and women in Washington DC that have now started using the slogan of "It's affecting everyone in Nigeria." That whatever that is happening in Nigeria is affecting both the Christians and the Muslims. I want to draw their attention to what is really happening in Nigeria because it seems they are not getting the information of what is happening in Nigeria. The Christian genocide in Nigeria today is being carried out in a systematic way. It is systemic. And I want to elaborate more what a systemic means. A systemic can be referred to something that is embedded within or affecting an entire system, rather than being isolated to a single part of incidents. And the Nigerian terrorist government are carrying out their jihadist conquest in Nigeria today in a systemic way. So they will make it look as if it is affecting everybody in that contraction, but no, their targets are the Christians. That is why when you go to the numbers, the Christians are more that are being slaughtered in Nigeria than the so-called Muslims that they said is also affected. And I want to make them understand to look at this point of view that whatever that is happening in Nigeria today is a systemic process that these terrorists are using for their Islamization agenda to take over Nigeria at the end of the day. And taking over Nigeria today is taking it for it to prosper. They want to take over Nigeria for an agenda. The Islamic conquest of the whole world. And now this brings me back to your first line of topic today, tutors, regarding the statement of facts by Ambassador Tibonagi. And one of his statements to the response to the question that was asked on Voice of Biafra, he said the Biafran people and the Biafran land holds the natural and human resources that is propelling Nigeria today as a country. Am I right? Please, am I still coming out, please? Please, am I still coming out? I don't think people are still hearing me. Yeah, I might be. Yeah, tutors, can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
We're hearing you, please.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, that statement of fact from Tibonagi said it all, that the natural resources and the human resources that is propelling Nigeria today as a country comes from Biafra land. And that is why, you know, when, what is his name? The man that, tried to destroy the Biafra, go on. In one of his interviews, when he was asked regarding the Biafra genocidal war, he said the reason why they did not allow the Biafran people to go is because the resources, most of the resources that is propelling Nigeria today, it's in Biafra land. And that is why we see many of them shouting, crying regarding our seat at home. Because that sit at home was a very powerful tool against the Nigeria state. Because anytime you shut down the southeast, the Biafra land, Nigeria continues to degenerate, continues to collapse. That is why you see, despite everything that is happening in the northern region, despite everything that is happening in the middle belt, they were all focused regarding the sit at home in Biafra land. They were spending money, they were spending resources, spending energy, creating insecurity in Biafra land, just to make sure that sit at home stop, because the Biafra land is the backbone of Nigeria. That is why you see them fighting to take over Biafra land. And to the international community, if they allow these jihadist extremists to take over Biafra land today, they will use it as a launching pad. We've been saying this all along. We've been saying this all the time here. This is what we are trying to make people understand, that whatever we are doing as a people is not out of selfishness. It's not out of greed. It's out of concern regarding humanity. We are doing this today to save the future of humanity. That is why the Biafran people are shouting on top of their voices. They are crying on top of their voices. They are being bled. They are dying on a daily basis in making sure that these people did not conquer that land that they have projected to use in the continuation of their Islamic conquest all over the world. That is why you see Iran in Biafra land. That is why you see them sponsoring terrorists in Biafra land. That is why you see Turkey sponsoring terrorists in Biafra land. Because the Islamic world, this Islamic extremist oligarchy, they have an agenda and they are not hiding it. We've been seeing videos, we've been hearing audios where they come out publicly to tell you it's either you convert or you die. It is happening in Nigeria today, and that is why they are killing Christians that have refused to convert to that their demonic religion. So it's a systematic process. It's a systemic process that they are using. And that is why the international community need to pay more attention to the testimonies of the Biafran Republic government in exile and every friends of the Biafran Republic government in exile, like Ambassador Tibo Nagy, like Michael Rubio, and the rest of them out there. That is why they need to listen to these political analysts. They need to listen to these men that have been speaking on behalf of the Biafran people, trying to draw their attention towards the future danger that many of them are ignoring. Some are ignoring it out of ignorance. Some are just, ignoring out of ignorance. Some are just ignoring out of their own personal and selfish interest, just because of maybe what they will give you out there. You are now trying to aid and abet a futuristic danger that will affect humanity at large, and not even only humanity at large, even you and your children and unborn children, because these Islamist extremists are going to come after every Christians all over the world. It's not only in Biafra land, it's not only in Nigeria, but they are coming to the West to Islamize you and put you under their Islamic control, where you will have no freedom of expression, where the women will have no right of expression, when you become a slave as a people under a demonic ideology called Islam. So I just want to make the international community understand what we are fighting against. And this also brings me, because, when the space was starting, Tutos asked so many questions, and so many responses from so many of us here was that they know. The international community, they know. Yes, they know. But the question should be, what are we doing as a people? to protect them to act fast because they are watching. They know that we have been suffering. They know there was a genocidal war against Biafra that happened in 1967. They know there's a pogrom that happened before the war. They know all the killings that the Biafran people are passing through today. But what are we doing to push their hand to act very fast in making sure that we preserve our lives? The lives of our children, our women, and unborn children. What are we doing? That is my question to every one of you. And those that will listen to this space today, it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter the faction that you are supporting. I'm asking you this question. What are you doing? And that thing that you are doing, are you doing it right? Because we have a government to remain, you continue to keep that mindset of Nigeria in you, you will not last long in this freedom fight. We need to purge ourselves. We need to purge that Nigerianism in us. Purge it out and take in the garment of Biafra, because it is only when you have that garment of Biafra you'll be able to see the light, see the truth, and that is the only way you can be saved. Because it is only the truth that is going to give us Biafra. It is only the truth that is going to set us free. So thank you very much, tutors. I think you still have more your line of topic today that you need to like to the Biafran people. I will use my mic here now, but if there's still more time, I can come in and also elaborate on what we are doing today to educate our people. Yeah, thank you very much, tutors.
Thank you, my co-host Oti. You are simply the best. I've sent something to you. Please, can you follow our government? We also have a YouTube channel. Let me share the two. We have, oh, sorry, Rastaman, please, just 1 minute, please. You have to follow Voice of Biafra X handle as well. We have our X handle, Voice of Biafra. We have the Biafra Republic Government in Exile X handle. We have YouTube as well. So, Toti, let me share this one that contains everything. So please, our brother Toti will share it. Click the link and follow. 3 things You have to follow our YouTube channel. You have to follow Biafra Republic Government in Exile X handle. You have to follow Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra TV. That one is very easy at Voice of Biafra TV. Copy. Oh, Rastaman, please go ahead. Go ahead, please. Rastaman, are you there? Okay, so since Rastaman is not there, let's continue to the next question.
I will join you in a bit. Yeah, sorry. I will come up later.
Okay. Now let's listen to the next question.
Since the late 90s, a professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by African in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and its importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policy-making important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to, to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Okay. Now, we've heard everything that he said. And then he started by saying that he is not a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. So he was very clear. He established his independence. I am not paid. I am not hired. I speak because I believe. I speak because I believe what I saw with my eyes, not what I read from books. I believe because I documented the Biafran War. So nobody taught me. So that's who I am. That is Chibo himself. You know, someone will say, okay, if he's not paid, why does he support us? Because he believes in justice. He fled communism as a refugee. So he knows what oppression looks like. He knows what it feels like. And he has spent his career fighting for freedom. And now, at the end of his life, he's using his voice to help me and you. That is not about money. It is about character. So get that into your brain. Because some people told you, oh, Elias, come closer. You will not succeed. Some told you, you don't need a lobbyist. You're already a nation. There is nothing that they did not say about our lobbying firm. He said to get people, especially policy making important people, to pay attention to your cause. There is need to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. Not that you sit inside classroom and somebody will be teaching you. No. Awareness, talking to people. He said, frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence among, did you hear that? Among American policymakers. Not just having influence and you are out of the door. That is why somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for a cause like yours. Where are all the saboteurs? Where are they today? Shame on all of them. The professors group, shame on you. So he said sophisticated, strategic, high level. I say, oh, so this is not about posting on Facebook. Oh. This is not about shouting on radio. This is about professional, targeted, intelligent advocacy. That is why the man was very selective in the characteristics that you will find in a lobbyist. Sophisticated, strategic, high level. He had to break it down. He selected his words to use in describing the kind of lobbyist you should have. He said information and education campaign. So when you have all this, what else do you need? He kept on saying information and education campaign that most Americans do not know about Biafra. Our job is to teach them. We cannot expect them to care about what they don't know. He said you need somebody with influence. Hey, yo! Not somebody that stays in a psychiatric hospital and rants after smoking Igbo. She will come out and give you whistle. Eh? That is not the kind of person. Eh? That is not the kind of person Ambassador Tibo is talking about. No. I'm going to play something. In fact, when I find it, when another person pick up the mic, I'll find it and play. So we do some comparison. You need someone with. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I just need to add to what you just said. He did not recommend administrative lawyer either. Because those who charged us for keeping the lobbyist now have administrative lawyer. And God knows who else they have, including the one that tell them to go and pray. So that man, the ambassador, have at least given us samples of what we need. And I did not hear him say we need administrative lawyer to come and draft letters. Uh-huh. Oh my God. Thank you.
Mama, you're very funny. He did not. He did not say that. Hey, thank you. That's what this one said. Thank you, Mama. Oh my God. Mama, you're very funny. He did not. He did not say that. But let's look at what this one said. Is it this time?
All the 40 states in Biafra land. Already placed order for over 5 million survival whistles for a specialized company to deliver it to all the 40 states in Biafra land. All the Biafra citizens are going to be going out to their daily work every single day carrying the Biafra survival whistle. The Biafra survival whistle is mostly for two things. To stop the killing of innocent Biafrans by the terrorist state of Nigerian military, police, security, Ebubago, and all their allies in Biafra land. Secondly, to ensure that these terrorists they leave Biafra land.
Yes, so this is not the this is not what the one is talking about. This one is Mkpurumiri. Is it a year after smoking Igbo, she will come out and rant? That is not what Ambassador Tibo is talking about. No, that's not what he's talking about. So he mentioned the characteristics of what your lobbyist should have. If your lobbyist does not have that, then the lobbyist cannot function. The lobbyist will not be able to engage US lawmakers. So he laid down the trait that you should find in anyone you hire as a lobbyist. Without that, it will not fly. So the man knows what he is talking about. And this is another confirmation.
And even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in US policy circles?
Well, serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the Conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile. He's a big supporter, actually, of the Somaliland region in East Africa. And Mike Pompeo, who was the former Secretary of State, and that was under Trump's first term.
And even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in US policy circles?
Well, serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the Conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile. He's a big supporter, actually, of the Somaliland region in East Africa. And Mike Pompeo, who was the former Secretary of State, and that was under Trump's first term.
And even future military and oil deals. I mean,
that is the lobbyist that Ambassador was talking about. That's it. You cannot just send a letter. You need someone who can walk into a congressional office and be recognized. Someone who has a relationship built over years. And he ended up by saying it makes absolute sense. So it's not just saying lobbying is acceptable. He's saying it is the only sensible strategy that you can use. And then he went further. When our Prime Minister asked about groups similar to Biafra who have used lobbying successfully, the man named African National Congress, ANC, the liberation movement that fought against apartheid in South Africa. Apartheid regime was brutal, and it is even occurring again in South Africa. They massacre, they imprison, they torture people. And the NNC opened offices in Washington, D.C. They also hired lobbyists. They educated U.S. officials about the horrors of apartheid. They built an alliance with members of Congress, and they pushed for sanctions against South Africa. You see, and they had their results because they failed. While Nelson Mandela became president, South Africa became a democracy. That is what the man is saying, that we are not the first and that what we are doing is the right thing. It is the right thing that we are doing. Don't let anybody confuse you. He also made reference to Sudan, SPLM, Sudan People's Liberation Movement. They were also the liberation movement that fought for Sudan's South Sudanese independence. They face the same thing we are facing, a Muslim-dominated government that tried to impose Sharia law on the Christians. The government bombed villages. In fact, Sudan's case rhymes and fits and suits to our own case. They also had lobbyists. They opened offices in Washington, D.C. They educated U.S. officials as well about the persecution of Christians in Sudan. They also built alliance with U.S. Congress, especially the Christian right, and they got their independence in 2021. United States was the first country to recognize South Sudan. So what are we talking about? Even if does that mean that does that mean independence is not worth it? South Sudan got their independence, but they fell into civil war. I want to let you know, because I used to come across some of these questions. Would you rather be oppressed by someone else or struggle with your own problems? Because South Sudan's problems are their problems. They owe them. They control their own destiny. So when things go wrong, they cannot blame a Khartoum. When things go right, they keep the benefit. So independence is not a guarantee of paradise. It is the right to build your own paradise or your own mess. So Biafrans, we are hardworking people. We are intelligent people. Give us our own country, and we will build something better than what Nigeria has given to us. The man also made reference to Ambazonia, and he said, our brothers in southern Cameroon are also fighting for freedom. So don't think it is only you. You should look into how they are doing to succeed. What did they do to succeed? The government of Cameroon, even when Pope went there, before Pope even boarded the plane, they started killing Ambazonians, dominated by the Francophone Muslims and Christians. They have been suppressing them. They've been suppressing Ambazonian. Ambazonian also have hired their own lobbyists in Washington, D.C. They are also doing exactly what our Elias is doing. I think Elias is lobbying for them as well. I'm not really sure of this information. And the movement is ongoing. They have not yet won independence, but they're also gaining attention in Washington, D.C. So Ambassador Nagy is calling us, calling the Ambazonian your friends across the border. So he has acknowledged that Biafra and Ambazonian are sisters movement, and both are Christian majority regions fighting against this same terrorist Muslim. And both are using lobbying as a primary strategy. What are you doing to maintain your own lobbies? Biafra ally with Ambazonia is a fact, and it is a reality. And the man said, most US officials have never heard of Biafra. And he's very, very honest. Before this time, they did not hear about Biafra until Biafra Republic government in exile started engaging the lawmakers in Washington, D.C. And we cannot get support if no one knows us. You cannot advocate for a cause that people have never heard of. And he said Nigeria has an embassy. We do not. Nigeria has diplomats whose job is to tell Nigeria's story. We have none. Education is the first step. So before we can ask for support, we must teach people who we are. So some may say, oh, how can it be that US officials don't know about Biafra? Let me tell you, because Biafra has been marginalized for 50 years and nobody was there to speak. No one has been telling our story in Washington, D.C. This is what Biafra Republic government in exile is changing. We are now the ones educating US officials. We are telling them who we are. We are showing them what Nigeria has done to us, and they are listening. That is progress. If you don't know it, know it. If you think this is nothing, then you don't understand diplomacy. These are not small wins. These are breakthroughs that we are having every day. And they are happening because of Biafra Republic government in exile under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Ogechukwu Nkere. He's doing the hard work that no one else was willing to do. While others were fighting on Facebook about who is the real leader, Biafra Republic government in exile was in Washington, D.C. They were busy fighting, forming factions, splinter groups here and there. Biafra Republic government in exile was building relationship with members of Congress. Biafra Republic government in exile was getting a former Assistant Secretary of State to say Biafrans has the right to justice. So don't sit on the fence and say, if lobbying is effective, why hasn't the US recognized us yet? Because some of you are idiots. You don't reason. Recognition does not happen overnight. South Sudan lobbied for decades. They lobbied. Even Somaliland has been lobbying for over 30 years. So this is not a marathon nor sprint, but we are already seeing the results in less than 2 years. This is because our strategy is smart and our team is professional and our cause is just. Keep pushing, keep supporting. Recognition will come. The man said you need someone with influence amongst American policy lawmakers. It is not enough to send a letter or make a phone call. You need someone who can walk into that office and be recognized. Someone that has personal relationship, meaning that they know the staff, they know the members, having dinners with them. Credibility matters. Being known as someone who tells the truth and does not waste time. And then you have that access, you are able to get in there, you are able to have meeting with them when others cannot. And you also have respect. These are the influence the man has listed out there that each lobbying firm should have. It is a fact. Without our lobbies, we go nowhere. Without our lobbies, we go nowhere. We are just another unknown group calling from outside. But with the lobbies, we have someone, Mazio Bong Elias, who has worked inside the system. Someone who knows the right people. Someone who can open doors that are close to us. That is the difference between us and the accountability group. Hey, our minister is in the house. Go ahead, Minister. Okay, well, our minister. Okay, welcome. You have the mic, sir. Sorry, I didn't see you. Are you there, sir? Oh my God. Can anybody see him? Minister, okay?
Yeah, he's muted. He's muted. Minister, okay, can you please unmute yourself because your hand is up, but you're muted.
Okay.
If you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now. Am I coming up, please?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my dear tutor. I want to ask you. They drink water at all while while on podium. Make you dey drink water. We don't want to have you develop a sore throat. That is eloquent personified. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Good day, dear friends. I greet every one of you in the house. Only God will replenish all of you in all the efforts you are putting into this fight. It's a noble cause. It's a noble fight. What you have decided to indulge yourself in. Because Jisenike, all honorables in the house, please, I greet every one of you and great Biafrans. Thank you very much, Honorable Wada Tutor. As per the topic, yes, everything spoken here is in order and quite correct. Every word, every lecture should be well assimilated if we are conscious of what we are about to face. But thank God, He has made provision for every one of you to be available at this particular time. Else, I don't know what will have become of us and the Biafran cause. As a divine grace, and the Biafran Republic government in exile is still in existence. It's still active today because of your efforts, because of your resilience. Because of everyone here today and those that are not here present, identified the truth and stood firmly to it. As to the point, jihad, terrorism, their aim, the purpose, the world order. Much have been spoken. I think going by what Totti said, what he submitted earlier on, it's no longer about if the world is listening or not heard about Biafra, but what are we doing? What are we doing ourselves to justify their involvement in freeing us? Because we must be the ones that should fight for our cause and then ask for a little help from others to accomplish whatever we are fighting for. Previously, yes, not much was heard or spoken about Biafra, but thank God today that narrative have changed. Today is no longer about do they know? Does the world know? Are they aware of what is happening there? Yes, today it have changed. The scenario have changed. Today they know. The world know. Like a marathon race, we believed. We have leaders who started this course, handed over to the next handed over to the next handed over to next, because that's how it is. That's how this course is channeled, and that's how it's going to be until the final stint, until the final stage. Everyone comes up and play his or her role. If it's not accomplished within then, you allow the next to continue. Yes, because it is an unpredictable course and race that doesn't need or should not be specified as a mile race. So the world know about Biafra today, and the world is speaking about Biafra. Something that was not done previously, something that was missing. And today that the world is speaking about Biafra, it is time for us, every one of us, to join hands together and make this a reality. Whether you are half-witted, whether you are partly in or out, but when you realize the scenario change, adapt, readjust, have a rethink, ask yourself some questions, whether you are doing it right, whether the other is doing it better, whether your judgment is right in whatever stand you find yourself. That is what should guide us to accomplish this fight. Today, almost in every briefing, international briefing, in every conference, Biafra is being discussed. Biafra is on the world table today. Thank God for Brigi. Thank God for you and I. But we need to double the pace. In line with the theme today, I must admit, I have a divergent fear. I have a different fear from what we've been discussing, what we've been narrating. We should bring this fear before the world. We should let them know what it will mean, what it will be for them should they play this accomplice role and allow Biafrans Islamized. That will be catastrophic to every race on earth. Why it is a fear for me? Why I said I have a fear. And this fear, please, every one of us should find a way to bring it before the world. That fear is, that's just what I want to say, bring up today. If the world should close their eyes and allow Biafrans Islamized, be conquered by the terrorists, by these jihadists, the world won't be safe. Why it will not be safe is we have the terrorists, we have the jihadists that are not as sophisticated as the Biafrans intelligently, that are not wittingly given as the Biafrans. Imagine what will happen if Biafrans, with their high-level intelligence, sophistication, become or turn out to be terrorists tomorrow. turn out to be extremists tomorrow, with their intelligence, with the God-given intelligence of Biafra, what will happen to the world should they become Islamic fundamentalists tomorrow? Because we know those who have that feature today are not as intelligent as Biafrans. So if the world should close their eyes and allow Biafrans be conquered and turned to extremists, there'll be no hiding place. Because when they will bring out this, their God-given intelligence into extremism, I don't think there will be a stopping bridge. That should make the world to be afraid of what is playing out today in Nigeria, including the Nigerians. Those who are still not convinced that their lives are in danger. Because that is the extreme stupidity one should be seen where he is entering the soup or a fire and he closes his eyes and say, my foods are not yet in. Including those that are still adamant to see what is awaiting them, what is before them. There's no other information to grasp for one to see, to know what is playing out and what is ahead. If this continued in this strife, in the next 10 years, believe you me, if Biafra is not restored, liberated, it will be a different ball game. Because we have known that these Islamists are only clamoring for a safe haven. And they strive only where there is lawlessness, such as Nigeria. That is the only place they can operate. That is the only place they operate freely. They love it wherever there is lawlessness. And that's what they want to turn Nigeria to. And when they succeed, the world won't be safe. But thank God, there are Biafrans. We are going to continue being resistant to them. We are going to continue fighting, but please, harder. I thank you all because you've not let them win. You've not let them succeed. The enemies have fought desperately, defiantly, to make sure they weaken this force, to make sure they weaken our resolve, but you've not let it happen. God will continue to guide and protect and bless every one of you in this cause. What Britain did or have done or is continue to do should be left for them. The repercussion is going to be severe on that upon that race. As our leader once said, it's coming. But we should not allow them to win over us. We know there's nothing they want except our resource. But should we let them? Do we continue to play alongside our oppressors? That is only cowardice, idiocy, and stupidity, because No businessman will ever want his best customer, his most profitable customer, to leave him and head elsewhere. That's what we are facing today. The Fulanis, the Janjaweed, the Sultan, they are the owners of Nigeria. It has been proven. And for us to live a normal life, the life of freedom bequeathed to us, on us, we must demand for our freedom. Fight for it, grab it, even if it needs marching on toes. We have to do it. Let us not mind all other distractors. We know where they are coming from. They have nothing. They can't give anything because you can't give what you don't have. So let's not just mind their distraction. Let's focus and grab this music while it plays and keep on moving. This is our time. Let's not let it slip off our palms, because if it does, now that the world is talking, they need partners, and that is what we are now to be. When they look sideways, they look forward, they look backwards, they need to see some people that will stand firm, that they can rely on. That is what you stand for today. And that is what God has projected us to be. Because assuming there is no Briggy today, will there be discussion about Biafra today? None, there won't be. So please, let's not relent. Let's not give in. Though it is harder, yes, it's tougher, but then we have to continue showing them why we are tougher than the toughness. Thank you, Biafra. Thank you, my honorable media house. Every one of you is blessed. Please, tomorrow, next tomorrow, every day, keep on supporting Briggy. And thank God for the VOB, because it is a step one. With that, I know we are going to achieve lots more in the nearest future. Thank you. Ndewono.
Our minister, okay. Long time. We really enjoyed your speech and submission. Thank you so very much. You are always welcome anytime we host our space. That was very informative. Let us laugh small before we continue with our PM's interview. Make me laugh small.
I saw your comment, my brother, and I don't want to respond to any other thing but to remind you people of one lady. I am not into saga anymore, but you see this lady, I will call her name and I will remind you of who she is. And I want you to know that I gave her all the benefit of the doubt in this life, and I will not give it again. And anybody that is dealing or working with this woman or this lady called Carolina Mbeze, the one they call Shine Shine, if you are working with her, know that you are working with a two-headed snake. Our prime minister already rejected that lady because she insulted herself to be something of what? Insulting our prime minister positioned her. And I'm no longer mentioning the name of Adadio Rama, but I will mention her today. Why am I going to mention Adadio Rama? Adadio Rama was being warned by prime minister to beware of Carolina Mbeze. She was the reason Adadio Rama was suspended in the first place. I will do this in 5 minutes. And this same lady, as poisonous as she is, she is still around the Biafra struggle. She is more satanic, more wicked, more demonic than anything you can imagine. Why am I saying it? Because my brother is making this comment about one Satan and this lady called Carolina Mbeze. Carolina Mbeze is the demonic influence. Who doesn't support anything in this struggle? Audio promise, audio money, audio faith, everything. When we came back from Finland, this devilish satanic woman was on the side of Ngozi Arabweze. But when she saw that, she came in. And right now, in this movement, she's crawling. And that's why I'm disappointed in Priest Obinna, who is still pulling this lady close to himself. Priest Obinna is a good man. But you see this Karen Mbeze, she's a snake with two heads. Beware of her. I finally have cut her off from everything about me and everything about Biafra. If you are not aware of that satanic woman, my beloved mommy, Patricia.
So please don't come and give us audio money. We need physical. We need physical money, not audio. And that will be during our fundraising tomorrow. You see, the people that we're working with. I just say let us laugh more before we continue and calm our nerves. So let's continue with the interview.
A house on fire.
Yes. We just wanted us to calm our nerves a little.
Tell him to
so
break
let's
the next egg now for on her. Let him break the egg again for her.
Okay, you want me to finish playing it?
No, that's just it's funny. It's funny, honestly.
Crazy. Okay.
No, it's not only egg that he will break for her. Let him add his 10 fingers and 10 toes inside.
No, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am not at the U.S. Department of State to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much. And special thank you to
speaking as a private citizen, and they're also protecting Briggy as well. Because if Nigeria could claim that a former US was speaking officially for America, they would, accuse US of interfering and all that. So he said that he has also retired. And some people may say, okay, if he has retired, why should we listen to him? Because a retired general is still a general. A retired ambassador is still an ambassador. His knowledge, his responsibility, relationship that he has built, his credibility, these do not disappear when he retires. So when he speaks, people still listen to him because they know who he was. So people still listen to him. I have retired 4 times. He has to keep on emphasizing on it. He has to keep on emphasizing his independence. He's saying, I'm not looking for a job. I am not speaking for payment. I'm not trying to please any government. I have retired multiple times. I speak only from conviction. So he has no financial motive in what he's doing. He's not being paid by Biafra Republic government in exile. He's not being paid by even the terrorist country, Nigeria. He speaks because he believes in us. He has no career to protect, so he's not trying to get promoted or appointed. He's done. And his words are credible. It is a fact. So even if you say, okay, if he's so independent, why doesn't he come out and say, recognize Biafra? Now, these are some of the questions that some people may be having in their mind. I would just want you to know that even an independent person must be strategic. He cannot burn bridges. He cannot, alienate people he may need to persuade. He is speaking in diplomatic language that except you are in the system, you will not understand. And it carries weight in Washington, D.C. If he shouted, recognize Biafra now, he would be ignored. But when he says Biafra meets all 3 of Rubio's criteria, that is a powerful statement that policymakers understand very fast. He said, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself said, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer to America, obviously, would meet it. And I think we have all met the 3 criteria. And let's look at it now. If we have meet the criteria. Now, the first one says, does it make America more secure? Did we meet this criteria? Did we meet? Will America be more secure? Does it help protect the U.S. from terrorism? Military threats? The answer is yes. Our demands has met the requirements. A U.S. military base in Biafra will provide security in the Gulf of Guinea. A stable Biafra would also help counter terrorism. So we have met the first one. Does it make America stronger? Does it increase U.S. influence, alliance, or economic power? The answer is yes. An independent Biafra will be a reliable U.S. ally. Nigeria is not reliable. Nigeria is a terrorist country with corruption everywhere. Does it make America more prosperous, benefiting their economy through trade resources or investments? Think of it. The answer is yes. We have the oil, we have the gas. And you could hear when Ambassador Tibo said all the resources are found in Biafra territory. So the oil and gas we have will be available to U.S. companies. So Biafra will be a market for U.S. goods. So we have met the criteria. Is anybody ready to speak now? Or I should continue with the interview?
No, to add to what you just pointed, I personally, I prefer to partner America than the Britain. Because America partnership, they believe in give and take. To that of British make them dry syndrome.
You see, even if in all ramifications, to partner America in every way is far more profitable to any race, to anybody than the British.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the addition. Yeah, my co-host, go ahead, Toti.
Let me just add a little bit. How the American government and how America as a whole will benefit when they partner with Biafra. You said we have the mineral resources, and it's not only the mineral resources. We have the human resources. We have the human capacity. We are over 80 million Biafrans, and Biafrans are way thinkers. Biafrans are builders. And then Biafrans are religious tolerant, because in Biafra land today we have the Christian, the traditional worshippers, and then the Jewish community in Biafra land, and then there's a lot of Judeo-Christian ideology when it comes to religion in Biafra land, because Biafrans are over 80% Christians today, according to the last census that we had. Through the referendum, we saw the more vote there were Biafra Christians, among the over 80 million Biafra. So America, we benefit a lot, when they come to partner with the Biafran people, and then the Biafran people and the American people will prosper together as a people with equal rights and justice in the world. So thank you very much to those. Tutos, are you there? Did I even come out? Please, is Tutos speaking? Please, can someone confirm for me Tutos is speaking, because I can't hear anyone speaking in the space. No.
Sorry, I muted myself according to that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking out for our COAs. I saw him, but I think internet has kicked him out. 1 million, he come down. King David. Okay, Best Biafra, you have the mic. Welcome.
Greetings, everyone. Good evening, lovers of freedom. Yeah, I don't have much to say, but just to add to what the last speaker have just said. You see, America as a government has conscience. They have conscience. This even though it depends on who is the president, but the government, the people, they have conscience. Unlike Britain, Britain policy has been or was just formulated on benching on people with takia, which the same takia that their alliance are using, which is the Fulani Janjaweeds. So Britain, the government is based on deceit. They don't have conscience. As far as that thing they are doing is for their own interest. Whether you are dying, they don't care. But America has that little conscience in them. Any human rights leader in America will remember that their foundation is based on God, and they know what it means. So that is just it. They are just differently. That's why you see that they found out that America is standing on the truth under the leadership of Donald Trump. They are trying working hard to see how they can bring him down. From Voice of Biafra, the what I just played today, you see where they say that they are studying who are the people that are behind this info that is going on in the world. Though they didn't mention it, but every right-thinking person will know who is responsible. And the lady that also played was Walker. She explained how Britain has been eliminating even American leader, whoever that wants to stand to do the right thing, because they want to maintain their past glory, which they never even merited. The Great Britain. The Great Britain, why they are standing on somebody's shoulder. But America works out their resources, works out what they want. And they are partnering with you. They have that human heart, take. But Britain will make sure that they suck everything about you without knowing whether you will survive or not. So that is just it. So it is high time that people should know that as far as Britain hand is in Nigeria, nobody can remedy Nigeria. Recently, Tinubu, because what they do is to go about the world borrowing money, because they want to maintain their fake life. He's now on Germany. He has applied for $5.16 billion. What are they going to do with this money? But don't be surprised that probably German might grant the loan. Why would they grant the loan? Because they feel that there is resources, there is oil, which they will be in time they will begin to mine that oil. And where is this oil coming from? From Biafra land. From Biafra land. So, and they know that they are going. They know that Nigeria is gone. That's why they are selling everything up front. But I pity Europe, because as they are claiming, blinding their eyes. If Biafra comes, whatever thing they did with Nigeria in Biafra land is gone and gone out, because there will be new policy. That is it. So all we are saying is that people should please open their eyes and reason well that Nigeria cannot help anybody. The president is afraid. Chief of staff is afraid. Minister of Defense is afraid. And who is ruling Nigeria is what the question they should answer. Now, Obi is deceiving himself. Pampaso is now with Obi to run with Obi. Whereas in the first regime, Pampaso refused to run with Obi. And he hates, let me just say, Igbos particularly, he hates them. And he said it. Now Obi has chosen to run with him. Why do they do this? Peradventure, Tinubu fails. Obi will be the next person. And if Obi is the next person, they are still in the government. If Kwankwaso is still there, they will still be doing to Obi what they are doing to Tinubu. So Nigeria is beyond repair. The earlier the people of Nigeria understands it, the better for them. That they should go for the only option for division and let everybody share the gari. Go and drink your own. If you like, put sand. That is just it. And we pray that God will continue to strengthen our Prime Minister with the lobbies to continue breaking the doors that seems unbreakable by God's grace, and we will get what we want. Biafra is here. They won't. It's like I was speaking to myself. Oh.
No, we had him. We had the weather.
We heard you. We heard you, our sister. Thank you so much. I was watching your program this afternoon, the one you hosted yesterday. It was very, very educative. Yeah. Next time I will join.
I've subscribed to your channel. Mama Betty was there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, ma.
And that yesterday we have another comfort as we had in Mama Betty's
Yes.
program.
Yes, yesterday. Please, Biafra has always joined their program. It's very interesting. That's another family we have. I've not received space donation, and tomorrow is our fundraising. Wait till I go donate now. Guinea. Okay, 1 million. Are you there to speak or we continue? Welcome. 1 million. Yeah, he's not close to it. Okay, you're not ready? Okay, let's continue then.
Use terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra or provide those weapons to succor reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block or at least condition attached to U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and Christian population?
Yes, so let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. You know, we've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it's, you know, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality. Because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
You heard that? Because this is a very sensitive topic, selling of arms. It's very sensitive. And the Nigerian terrorists would not love to hear this one. Nigerian military kills our people. They use guns. They use helicopters. They use fighter jets. And many of them, they bought it from United States. They bought it from China and other countries, even Russia. So the ambassador is saying that they should apply strict conditionality in the sales of weapons to the terrorist country. That the US should not just sell weapons to Nigeria, they should put legal requirements that those weapons cannot be used against civilians, cannot be used against Christians, cannot be used against Biafrans. Yes, so this is on paper. We have seen their debris so many times in Biafra land. But he's giving his own opinion that they should add conditions to it. It should stop, even if they did it in the past. Recently, we have seen, after the terrorist country sign counter-terrorism agreement with Turkey, we found the debris of Turkey weapon in Biafra land. So that's what the man is saying. If the United States doesn't engage, they will turn to other countries. So he is being realistic, very, very realistic, that Nigeria will get weapons from elsewhere. They will get from UK, they will get from Turkey, they will get from Russia, they will get from China. So US cannot stop that. But US can make sure that when they sell weapons, they can control how they use it. But how will they control when the people that is supposed to give a feedback to the United States are the terrorists themselves, like Ribadu? Ribadu is a terrorist. Musa is a terrorist. They control all these weapons. So they smuggle it out. They intentionally allow the terrorists to overrun their military barracks. And then when they overrun, they go with these weapons. That is how they get weapons from. Sophisticated weapons. They intentionally allow the terrorists to loot these weapons. Once they come, they all run away and leave everything for them. So something can still be done. The US has done this before. When weapons meant for fighting terrorists were used against freedom fighters, America stopped it in Cameroon. So they have the power to stop it in Nigeria, and it is happening right away because of the bill that was passed yesterday. Nigeria thought that it was a threat. Nigeria thought the United States of America has turned blind eyes to the killings that is going on in Nigeria. Little did they know that the bill have been passed and the sanction is taking place. All the funds have been halted. But as we are saying, they still have other sources to get money from. The European Commission is sending money to them to reintegrate terrorists into their military. So he's not saying stop all arms sales. He's saying if you sell with conditions. And he's warning that if US does not sell, Nigeria will buy it from other actors. So the strategy is keep the US engaged, but force them to put protections for Biafra into every contract. And that is what Biafra Republic government is advocating for. So I don't know if any other person have anything to add to that before we continue. Because he also made a statement and said that Nigeria is collapsing. He said a very important observation about timing. You are making your push at the right time, at a very timely moment of history. That was what he said, Ambassador Tibo said. That Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential. But somehow, the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through this crisis. But now they are going on at the same time. So what are these crises that he is talking about here? Economic crisis. Because Naira has collapsed. Inflation is over 30%. Is it fuel? There is no fuel. The price has skyrocketed after subsidy removal, and millions of people cannot afford fuel. Last week, the taxi man said that they even spend so much money on fuel than food because a weak Nigeria cannot fight a war. So we have to take advantage of this. Their military budget now is being eaten by inflation, and their soldiers are unpaid, and almost all of them have been killed by the terrorists. So there is also security crisis going on in Nigeria, with Boko Haram in the northeast, bandits everywhere, scattered everywhere. So Nigeria is fighting on too many fronts. They cannot concentrate all their forces against Biafra. They are failing. They are collapsing every day. And there is also political crisis going on. The informal agreement to rotate power between the North and the Christian in the South is broken. They now have a Muslim president over a decade. So political system is losing that legitimacy.
Even non-Biafrans are questioning whether Nigeria can survive. It can never survive. Nigeria must be disintegrated. Christians are persecuted everywhere. Sharia law is spreading. Social fabric is tearing. Nigerians are turning against each other. So the man is saying, with all this disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden, you have your group stepping forward. This is what happens when you work with people that have brain, intellectuals. He said, with all this disappointment that is happening in Nigeria, you have stepped forward to educate people, inform people about this situation that might be right in front of their eyes. Do you see that? Nigeria's weakness is our strength. And they will continue to be weak. So every day that Nigeria is struggling, our argument for independence becomes even more attractive. Not just to us, but to the world. And our Mazieli has now added his own. Hey, I don't know if I should play, but time is running fast here. I jotted down what Elias said. Because he added another critical point. He said, unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran Civil War, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, now a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafrans are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy handedness. This is huge because in 1960, other regions fought against us, Biafrans. But now, what is happening? The Yoruba, you can see the Yoruba, the Middle Belt. Even some Northerners are saying, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go. We are also suffering. Let them go. So that means we are unlikely to see the report of 1967. The Nigerian government may want to fight, but they will not have that moral support of the Nigerian people anymore. That was what Amaz Elias was trying to explain in that interview. So if Nigeria is collapsing, why haven't they collapsed already? Because Nigeria is held together by three things. Three good things is holding Nigeria. Our oil money is holding Nigeria. The Boko Haram military force is holding Nigeria. And international recognition. So oil money is disappearing because of the energy transition that is happening. What of military force? It is stretched thin across multiple conflicts. And international recognition is eroding as countries like the US become even more critical of Nigeria's human rights record. And the foundation is breaking. We are winning, Biafrans. We are winning. Why are we succeeding abroad? One thing I have noticed, according to him, that Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas State, we had quite a few Nigerian students among the international student group. Top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students. Why do we do well? Why do Biafrans succeed abroad but not at home? Because abroad there is rule of law. There is a functional structure. There is a government that works. In Nigeria, they will kill you. There is corruption. There is neglect. There is persecution. Chaos everywhere. The same brilliant Biafran who became doctors in abroad, doctors in London, doctors in US, they became that after studying. They would have struggled in Lagos. They would have struggled in Abuja. What of strike? 4 years program, you end up spending 7 years in the university. Not because they are less brilliant, but because the system is broken. That is why we need our own system. We need Biafra. And our our information minister asked, is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists? That place is always very interesting. Let me play it so that okay, Rastaman, give your summation before I play that one. Welcome.
Thank you, my sister. So when I raised my hand up before, it was I wanted to reflect on what Honorable Betty was talking about when they were talking about. I'm sorry for taking you back there. I got busy. This is why. So, but I want, because it's very important, that topic, because we cannot talk about our struggle or talk about what Nigeria is going through without mentioning jihad, because we know that that is the main thing. And the way, Honorable stressed on that as well. So I wanted to stretch out to elaborate on that a bit, because me, I am the jihadi watch of Biafra land. So this department, Nami the ruler. So I want to talk now from the Quran direct, because sometimes when we talk about, I just want to talk about a few points. First of all, I will start with chapter 328. This is when you hear about Takia, this is where it is actually, but I will not go into the tafsir where it even tells you that, because it said, let not the believers take for friends or helper unbelievers. You are unbelievers, Christians. As long as you're not a Muslim, you are unbeliever, rather than believers who are the Muslims, of course. If any do that, nothing will there be help from Allah, except by the way of precaution. So this precaution, now, if one checks it because the translation, they always dilute it in a way. This is actually, when you hear about Takia, this is one of the main chapters of Takia, chapter 328. He said, except by way of precaution, that ye may guide yourselves from them. But Allah cautions you. So himself, for the final goals, is to Allah. So to reach the final, when one goes in the tafsir is where they explain it. This is where they will tell you now. So if you have even a friend like that, only in pretense, while your heart is causing them. So this when their source explain exactly what it means. So what I'm trying to, because when we say now, any person when we say if you take non-Muslim as friend, you are like them. I'm going to touch 3 more verses. You are like them. So if they are going to unalive and kill the non-Muslims, they can kill you, because why did you? It's like you leave Islam, and if you leave Islam, what you face is apostasy, is a death penalty. So that means if they kill you, you are not a Muslim, because you are like them. So I'm going to touch the next verse. The next verse is 4, verse 4, chapter 4, verse 89. Verse 89, he said, they wish you will disbelieve as they have disbelieved. The disbeliever is you and non-Muslim, of course, again. So you may all be alive. Do not take them as allies unless they emigrate in the cause of Allah. But if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them. And do not take any of them as allies or helpers. This is chapter what? Chapter 4, verse 89. So, and the next one is 5:51. He said, all believers, take neither Jews nor Christians as guardians. They are guardians of each other. Whoever does so will be counted as one of them. Surely Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people. So someone can check in different translations. It might be translated a bit different, but the point is the same thing. If you take them as friends, you are just like them. So, and then I check the next verse, 9:23. He said, oh, believers, do not take your parents and siblings as trusted allies if they choose disbelief, if they don't believe in Islam. I go from the start again. All believers, that means all Muslims, do not take your parents and siblings as trusted allies if they choose disbelief over belief. And whoever of you does so, they are the true wrongdoers. So for the killing, So now I check the next one. Now the next one is 9:11, 9:111, chapter 9:111. He said, Allah has indeed purchased from the believers their lives and wealth in exchange for paradise. They fight in the cause of Allah and kill and are killed. This is a true promise binding on him in the Torah. This Torah is not their thing. They are just lying to confuse people. The Injil, the gospel, the Allah is not what the gospel says. They are particular people. And the Quran. So only the Quran I know that is legitimate for this thing. So, and whose promise is truer than Allah's. So rejoice in the exchange you have made with him. That is truly the ultimate triumph. So you see, all these 4 chapters I read now, quotations of 5 actually, are all telling you. So when people are saying that Muslims are so killed, you have to know that's what is going on. If you compromise, like you see another human being as a friend that they don't deserve to die, as a Muslim, that means apostate already. You lost your legitimacy as a Muslim. So they are allowed to unalive you, to kill the person. So this is when you see they kill Muslims and things like this, because they don't follow them, they become like non-Muslim. And whether they know it or not, that they are truly believer of Islam or not, but they are acting, because the thing is that some Muslims, they are normal Muslims, so to say, quote unquote, their moral standard is higher than the Quran and the devilish child molester Muhammad and everything about it. So if they don't go read, or if they see that it doesn't make sense and try to behave normal, so they're classified like non-Muslims and they should be unalive. So, and the same message definitely, in as much as it goes for Biafrans to understand who they are dealing with, it goes to the US government as well, because they will play every trick in the book to really get themselves in the positions that they need, so that when they have the higher hand, they will strike. What I'm saying is also Quran. It's when you position yourself in the right place, when you have the upper hand, you strike and don't call for peace. So, and they are allowed to also to break treaty. If you make truce with them, they are allowed to break it anytime when they have the opportunity. So I just wanted to highlight this point so that we will be carrying everybody along with the reality of those we are dealing with. So America, the West should know Boko Haram means anti-West. This is what is going on. Anywhere they come, this problem, this is what they are implying on the people everywhere, worldwide. This global intifada, that means global domination. Some people mentioned it already. So with these few words of mine, I say thank you. Thank you very much. Keep doing the good work. I hear.
Thank you so much. But the one you say we should check another version, we know they read Quran now.
Knowledge is power, my sister. This is why I come to show, because sometimes our people will say this is why if somebody knows what this thing is, you know, call it religion, because it's a God. Like the 9 verse 7, chapter 9 when
last of all, please, wait first. You are deviating us from the topic. Wait, tomorrow we will let we will say that I will look for another version. Maybe say we should look for another version and compare. You are very good in analyzing this Quran for us. I think we'll open a space one day. Prepare. Not when I open, I will not see you. Rastaman.
I can hear you, mommy.
You'll be there?
Obviously, now. I thought I can know it sometimes.
Oh, yeah, get ready. We'll open the space and then you teach us more, because we need to also understand what is happening and know what to believe and what not to believe. These people, they are causing a lot of problem. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. God bless you for that.
Like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians, and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country. Christians in the middle belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
My message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VO, the Voice of Biafra. Minister of Information, what do you need, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our country?
A very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Did you see that? Did you hear that? I know most of us have listened. So, so imagine the positive energy. They were so calm and they were very happy to mock the terrorist country Nigeria, because no civilized country will do what Nigeria has done, reintegrating terrorists into their military formation. European Commission that gave the money cannot do this in France. They cannot tell Ukraine, reintegrate terrorists into your military. Even they cannot tell Finland. And let's look at the animal that the man is comparing to, and put it in that perspective and analyze it more. Hyena, the man, let's use that as to represent a terrorist. That is a predator that can kill someone. And once you're a predator, you cannot be trusted. And the guinea fowl, we all know guinea fowl, very harmless bird. So let that become an innocent civilian. And he now said, guinea fowl house. So that guinea fowl house now, I don't know if I'm making some connections here, is the military, it is the government, and even the civilian society. So the question now is, can you put the arena terrorist, which is not the terrorist, inside a guinea fowl house, which is the military, and expect it to become a guinea fowl, a peaceful soldier? Can that ever happen?
My people used to say in Italian, "Ebak seba we bakan noene." Hey yo, ebak seba we bakan noene. Hey, hey, you know the meaning of noene. You know the meaning of noene.
Explain.
Tell us.
Noene is ant.
We call it
You know ant.
aroro.
Okay, aroro. We call it noene. Where is Mary? We call it noene. So, ebak sebag means no matter what you slaughter, you cannot slaughter an ant. Does it make sense? Ebak sebag, no matter what, you can slaughter a chicken, cow, and all that, but you cannot slaughter an ant. What will you slaughter? You don't know where the head is. You don't know where the legs are. You cannot slaughter an ant. So it is impossible. It is absolutely impossible. You see, a terrorist remains a terrorist, no matter what you do. Nigeria has been paying Boko Haram terrorists and other militant groups. They've reintegrated them. They've created an institution. They're even seeking to have a budget for it. Is that what will end terrorism? The answer is no. They are expanding. And I don't know what our people are really doing. I don't know. That is a pathway for terrorism. And they are doing that because they are desperate. They cannot defeat Boko Haram. So they try to buy them. But you cannot buy loyalty from a terrorist. It is not possible. You cannot turn evil into good by rebranding it, because that is what they are doing. Rebranding with the prodigal son, rebranding it with clients, rebranding it with brothers, all manner of names they have given to these people. Let's continue, because we'll soon end this space.
What is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan?
No. Hey, Sister, thanks so much for having me, and God bless you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Paul.
God bless you and God bless your struggle, because he has seen how hardworking this Prime Minister is, His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere. It is not easy to glue this man to his seat. And guess who he was talking to? Biafrans. Biafrans that the world had rejected. Biafrans that the world paid deaf ears to. The man was so happy, feeling at home, seeing the faces of those that their parents and grandparents were killed during the war, seeing their seats, seeing them rising up to take up their freedom. Enough is enough. So when you see the reality and you add it with history, you can never go back. You will always give support. That is what is playing out here. All the images and pictures, they have resurfaced in his mind. And he's happy, smiling with them, seeing how intelligent they are. Look at the kind of question that the information minister asked him, not the breaking egg.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful?
Even our Prime Minister, he was short of words. He was smiling and smiling and smiling. Hey, go back and watch them. You know, we cannot show this in X. Our Prime Minister was so happy. Our Elias was so happy. Our lobbies, everyone. And he ended up with prayers that God should bless them. He had already prayed that God should bless him for letting the world know the genocide happening in Nigeria. What else do we want? We have our part to play. And what is that part? to bring a J and a Gemma. Now, we have a message, an announcement on the 4th of May. Michael Rubin is coming. Another earthquake. So that is another powerful voice that will join us on the 4th of May. And it will be 2 p.m. Biafra time. And I want you to prepare for it. It will be another groundbreaking. So we'll soon end the space in the next 5 minutes. King David and 1 million, please give your submission if we are free. After these two people, we will call it a day. King David, you have the mic. Welcome, Professor.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much, our tutorial minister.
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
Thank you so much, and greeting from here. Thank you for bringing us together once again. I want to appreciate all the cabinet members of Brigade that are here, all the ministers of our government. These are women and men of timbers and calibers who are hardcores, who are sacrificing everything sacrificable for Biafran Restoration Project. I really appreciate every one of you. I can't mention everyone by name because we all know, Biafrans know what you are doing for our restoration project. Yes, I want to stand on the already existing protocol to say that, you see, when Michael Rubin is coming to Voice of Biafra TV and radio, he is coming because he knows that a lot have been achieved under Brigade. When Ambassador T.B. Naji said that God bless our Prime Minister as well as God bless our struggle, he knows that Biafran Republic government in exile under Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere have done so much more, have done a lot for Biafran Restoration Project. And when I take you back to 1999, when Uwazirike came on board, Uwazirike started with awareness, and most of the Biafrans who bought into Uwazirike's agitation were Biafrans who are dissatisfied with what is happening in Nigeria. Biafrans who were born after the war, who read and saw what happened during the war. They saw the killings, they saw the marginalization, they saw the atrocity of the Nigerian government. And they come together with Uwazirike to see how Biafra can be restored. After Uwazirike came our leader Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Our leader Mazin Nnamdi Kanu increased the tempo of the agitation through the Biafran radio. And most of Biafrans who also appreciated our leader's effort, those who bought into his ideas and the core audience of our leader were Biafrans as well, who are from the southeast and south-south, along the indigenous people, and as well diasporan Biafrans, more importantly, avid, and all of them were core Biafrans who also understand the reason Mazin Nnamdi Kanu came at this time because of the marginalization that we also, and the dehumanization of the Biafran people, the killings that is happening, and the lack of commitment in the southeastern and politicians from our southeast who were not concerned about the plight of the Biafran people. Diasporan audience like Avid, Rising Sun also bought into the agitation for Biafra. But when Ogechukwu Nkere came on board under the Biafran Republic government in exile, my wonderful Biafran brothers and sisters, I want you to understand that when Ambassador Tibu Naji said that God bless you and bless you agitation, he sees that Ogechukwu's Nkere's leadership emphasizes on diplomatic engagement, meeting with U.S. Congress members like Representative Gregory Mates, and it offers economic defense deals to the US in exchange for political recognition of the self-referendum and Biafra independence. These appeals to supporters seeking a structured Biafran government in exile approach, rather than the mere confrontation of styles that was applied by Owazrike, as well as our leader in the terms of protest. In other words, in Biafran Republic government in exile under Ogechukwu, Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere, he galvanized the American people. He galvanized the Biafran people. The aspirant audience now came on board. More importantly, international diplomacy is what have heightened the issue of Biafra at this particular time. And that is what you heard when our minister, okay, was saying that now Biafra is spoken by American congressmen and women. Biafra is spoken all over the world. Why? Because of the international engagement, because of the meetings that you see that Biafra is having in Washington, D.C., courtesy of our lobbyist Elias, as well as our Prime Minister, Maazi Ogechukwu Nkere. So, at this particular time, Biafra have gone global. Under Maazi Nnamdi Kanu, it wasn't like this. Under Owazrike, it wasn't like this. So Biafran should be very proud of this government for taking us to this level where we now have ambassadors who are coming to speak to Biafrans because they have seen, they have understood that yes, we are free. We are committed to be equal with Committee of Nations. We are committed towards our human rights. We are committed towards the dignity of life. And so therefore, it depends on each and every one of us to decide what we want at this particular time. Do we want Biafra to be restored? Then if you are a Biafran and you want Biafra to be restored at this time, you have a lot to do as well. The Biafran government in exile, as it stands now, needs everybody's support in order to make sure that Biafra, which we have been clamoring for a very long time, is done, sealed, and signed. So your financial support is needed. Tomorrow is yet another day for this wonderful contribution towards our freedom. So my wonderful Biafran brothers and sisters, under Biafran Republic government in exile, the world now hears our voice. Not only hearing the voices of Biafrans, the world are also speaking for Biafra because they have seen that this crop of men and women of Biafran government in exile under Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere are committed towards the restoration of Biafra. And so therefore, we must give this government every necessary support that it needs. You remember, it is because of the equal rights. It's because of dignity of life. It is because of our future that our eternal leader, Odumegwu Ojukwu, went to Aburi and had an accord with Nigeria. But unfortunately, that agreement was reneged upon. So therefore, this is our time to restore that dignity of life. This is our time to hold Nigerian government into account for all the atrocities committed towards our people, because we have right to justice. We have right to equity. We have right to decide our future, either to belong to Nigeria or to be on our own. But we have vehemently, collectively in 2024 decided that we are exiting Nigeria by thunder, by force, and by fire. And that is where we are at this time. So we must collectively join hands and make sure that we support this government, which is a government that America now recognizes, that is representing the Biafran people all over the world. And we must appreciate our cabinet members, our government, as well as our prime minister for doing Biafran proud at this particular time. It is Biafra all the way. Thank you so much. I yield my mic.
Anybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, now. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, because it was frozen here. All right, King David, we salute you for that submission. Thank you so very much. There's a video I've been looking for that I wanted us to laugh a little, but I can't find it, so that we end this space with that video. But I can't find it. Anyway,
Should I send it to you?
I know you are. I will just play a section of it. Let us laugh small, and then we call it a day. I think I wrote the timing, but before then, we have been here for a very long time, and to God be the glory, we have been able to touch some of the important points. We couldn't explain all because it is very lengthy if you want to break it down and complete the whole content. So thank you so much, Biafrans. We have made connections with South Africa, Ambazonia. As Ambassador Tivo said, that Ambazonian, they are our sister nation. They have also invited, I can see the flyer, they've also invited Michael Rubin as a host, as a guest to speak to Ambazonians. Where is that thing? It has disappeared. So the flyer is out there as well, Ambazonian State. Ambazonia, I hear you. Ambazonia State Radio and Television. They are also inviting Michael Rubin. You see, what we Biafra do aligns, what we do aligns with Ambazonia as well. And our government are working hand in hand to make sure that Biafra is free and Ambazonia, they are also free. Let me put up something here. We use that and buy time. I just got a message from my sister that she is coming, but let her not take too much time. Please, if you have not followed our government X handle, what are you waiting for? They have been licensed to kill. Check the comment section. Our brother Toti has shared the link. We also have our YouTube channel. It is there in the comment section. We also have Voice of Biafra X handle. It is there in the comment section. So please go and share it, follow it. It is yours. Follow it, follow it, follow it. The numbers need to increase. Please, very important.
Unbelievable. Was meant to give them the power to take over this agitation. That bylaw has become a type of Nigerian constitution that was made by the Fulanis and called it my God constitution. They did some foundation to our university.
Those are the people that we thought they were fighting for freedom. But they were not fighting for freedom. They are telling us to shred our bylaws and our charter and put in the trash. Why am I playing all these things? For Biafrans that listen to them, I don't want to play the full video because it takes time and it is rubbish and filled with trash. Just for you to hear the voices of those that derailed you from Briggy. Come back and support your freedom. They have split it into 5 different groups to the extent that they have a foundation. What is happening in Briggy is not happening where they are. They don't have leaders. Because they still want to be relevant, most of them have gone to join 100 men, the fraudulent 100 men. Another faction is there protecting I don't know whose children, and I don't know who herself. they have nothing to offer. Come back to Biafra Republic Government in Exile and support your freedom. Come and learn. All that glitter is not gold out there. Getting our space to them, and I just wanted you to hear their voices and know that the same people that told you our prime minister is this, our prime minister is that, he is fraudulent. They called him so many names. I used to tell you, ask them what question. Show me what you've achieved since 2024 December. And I guarantee you, they cannot show you anything because they have nothing to show. So join our government X handle. For our Voice of Biafra TV, X handle, it is at Voice of Biafra TV, no space. At Voice of Biafra TV, no space. Check the comment section so that you can get it right. Follow the handle. It is free. That one does not require a Gemma. And if you have your space donation, please send it to me. Tomorrow is a fundraising. I don't have even one Gemma to announce apart from the one that our amiable COS donated on Sunday. Was it Sunday or Saturday? So please support, give your space donation. Kindly send your receipt to me. Thank you so very much. We have a slot and we must continue. We are not backing down. We are not backing down. I have that. I have 10,000 a day from 2,000. That's all I have for now. So I really want to appreciate each and every one of you. And I still the way to. I really appreciate each and every one of you for joining this space today and speaking to Biafrans. Okay. Our sister Eunice said she's giving us 10,000 AJ for today's space. Thank you so much. Let me put down your name so that I don't forget. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you.
Why are you not announcing my own?
Mom, I'm coming.
Now so I want
10,
to hear my
Mom,
name.
I'm coming. 10,000 AJ from our Mama Betty.
Yes.
10,000 AJ. Thank you so much, Mama. God bless you. So we only have 30,000 AJ for our space tomorrow. It is not wonderful. It is not encouraging. Please support us, support. And our GoFundMe is still out there. Please share the link and the flyers with your friends and families. I'm going through the comment section. I think I've seen some comments here. Please give me 1 minute to check. I've given you the mic. Solomon, welcome. Your mic, please. Are you not ready? Okay, Chibike Solomon is saying he's given 10,000 AJ. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please send your receipts. Thank you so much. God bless you. 10,000 AJ. Thank you, Solomon. Yeah, go ahead. You are Mike.
Go ahead, please. Chibike, you are mic. Hey, you are down again. I sent the mic to you. Please come up. Chibuko. My internet is beginning to misbehave. $1 million, are you there? Oh my God, where is everyone? Tati, are you there? Can I refresh? Tati?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me refresh then, because it's hanging.
Okay. Okay. And who is the next person to give them? Is there anybody that have not spoken here to us? All right, I took us busy. Yeah, Biafrans, it's up to us, based on the analysis that I've been giving today in our space today. It all boils down on the momentum we as a people can be able to put out there in the international community and also in Nigeria. That is the only thing that can give us this freedom as soon as possible. The world is waiting. The American government is waiting. They are waiting for us to act and address ourselves appropriately, because you can't go into engagement or into negotiations with the international community with sluggishness. No, you have to be prepared. You have to be up to standard what the international market wants. And we as Biafrans, we have all these criteria. We have what it takes to go into partnership. We have all it takes to go into negotiation with the international community. But we need to do that under the unity of purpose. We have to come together as a people under the Biafra Republic government, because that is the only government that is speaking with the international community on behalf of 80 million Biafrans over the world. The Biafra Republic government in exile is the only government that is being recognized by all these international partners that are waiting for us to act appropriately. The only government that they are willing to speak to is the Biafra Republic government in exile. I know any other government out there. It is not time for you to make a U-turn, most of you that are still being deceived. For those of you that are still standing or sitting or lying down under the fence, it is not yet time for you to join moving train, which is the Biafra Republic government in exile, and support your prime minister in the person of His Excellency that have been doing fantastically well in Washington, D.C. with our international lobbyists and lawyers. The evidences are all over the places. Even the Nigerian government have come to realize and admit that, yes, they are into a diplomatic war with the Biafra Republic government in exile. When they were making this bold statement of being into a diplomatic war with the Biafra Republic government in exile, they did not make mistake. They know the government that is exposing, that is fighting them, that is putting out the truth out there for the international community to see, that is destroying that impunity that they have used for so many years against the Biafran people. The Biafra Republic government in exile is the only government. They did not mention any other government. So you putting your resources in those pockets
in those groups only means one thing: wasted effort, wasted commitment. But the rightful place for every one of you out there to put in your resources into the Biafra Republic government in exile. Fund your freedom under the Biafra Republic government in exile, because that is the only government that will give you freedom. The international government and bodies does not recognize random people that came together to form an organization. They only deal with people that have a defined territory, of which the Biafra Republic government in the next have succeeded in creating a map today that has a defined territory of 40 United States of Biafra. They have been able to achieve that. And those are the type and kind of people the world is talking about. Those are the type of people the world speaks about whenever it comes to human rights, justice. And they know that what we are fighting for as a people is true and just. But let's not keep them waiting for too long. Now is the time for every one of us to come together as one people. Make sure we support and fund the Biafra Republic government in exile to get our freedom as soon as possible, so we all can be able to go home in one accord and in one peace to enjoy Biafra together. Tutos, are you there now? Are you free? No, you say you wanted to bring down the space, so maybe
I'm free. Thank you so much. But our brother wanted to speak. Chubiko, you have the mic now. Minister Love, I've replied. Thank you so much for your donation. God bless you. Our Lord, thank you. Chubiko, you have the mic.
Yes.
Welcome.
Am I coming?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, dear friends, and good evening, Minister Sis, because first of all, I really want to appreciate you for the good work you are doing. You know, opening space, educating us every day. We are so much proud of you, and the God of Biafra will continue guiding you throughout all your time. I don't have much to say, but I just want to, the donation that I give now, I am going to deposit through my Omambala admin. That is where I came from. Okay?
Okay, I got your message, but please, he shouldn't announce it again, because I'll also make the same announcement to avoid duplication.
Yes.
Yes. Please, thank you so much. God bless you for your donation, and may He refill you always. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. Minister Lokba, your hand is up. Minister Love, your hand is up.
Oh, I blocked myself and I'm talking. Crap.
It's okay. Well, thank you.
No, I wanted to alert you that I sent you a receipt. But yeah, I heard when you say you got it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, God bless you. King David, are you speaking now?
Like Ambassador.
No, I think you want to end the space, right?
I saw you raise your hand.
9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time.
Okay. Okay.
Marco Ruby.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Biafrans. Our struggle is not easy. There are days when it feels like nothing is changing. Excuse me. There are days when the propaganda from Nigeria is so loud that even some of our own people will begin to doubt. There are days when the killings continue and then we ask God, when will it end? But look at what we have achieved in just 2 years. Just look at it. A former US Assistant Secretary of State speaking our name, calling Biafras, being so proud of us, being so proud of our lobbyists. A congressional briefing in Washington, D.C. An international redeclaration of our independence in Finland. And we have a growing network of allies in the United States Congress with think tanks and all that. And in the media, this Sunday, Dr. Michael Rubin will be with us, a man who advised the Pentagon. He will be sitting down with us and discussing with us. All we need to do is to fund. We have gone far. Our freedom is not in the hands of any individual. Our freedom is in our hands. Ambassador Nagdi said something that I want you to carry with you. He said, I have always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot Nigeria be one of the greatest countries on earth? Unfortunately, who has been stopping them? Who has been stopping them? But the truth, he was too polite to say, Nigeria will never be great because it was built on lies. That is my truth, and I'm saying it without being polite in any way. That Nigeria will never be great. It will never. We are not leaving Nigeria because we hate Nigerians. We are living because we love Biafrans. We love our children. We love our churches. We love our parents. We love our language and our identity. We love our culture. We love our land filled with milk and honey, as confirmed by Ambassador Naj. And we refuse to see them destroyed by a system that has never worked and will never work. It is a fact. And we have a role to play. Me and you, and all Biafrans in the whole wide world. Do not abandon your home, please. Nigeria will never work. So thank you. All the speakers, all the listeners, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to Ambassador Tibo for the most historic interview in the history of Biafra media. Thank you, Mazi Obong Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you to our Prime Minister, His Excellency, Aram Bainam, Ogechukwu Nkere, and the entire BRGIE cabinet. Thank you, our Information Minister. Thank you, all of us in the media team. Thank you to all Biafrans. Thank you, Voice of Biafra family, for being here today. Thank you. God bless Biafra. God bless our people. Biafra is freedom and freedom is coming. Thank you so very much. As always, we see you and we recognize your presence in our space today. I was calling you, but you were not available to speak. Thank you so much for coming back. Thank you, our Mama Love and Minister K, Mama Betty. 1 million, we didn't hear your voice, Minister David. And above all, my amiable co-host, Toti. Thank you so very much. Thank you, UK Deputy Red. Please always say. In fact, a great team. Thank you, Professor Virtual Dragon. Our Mary come there. Best Biafra come there. Hey, African Red is here come there. Ezebina come there. Biafra DA come there. At the place, all the interaction that took place today, my goodness me. Thank you so much. Good news. Augustina, Clement, Senator Simon, Nlewem, Rage and Fury, you were quiet today. Ikuku, Odogu, Samuel, Mazi A.N., Solomon, Emeka, Lozie, Chidiebere, our brother with baritone, Mami, Vincent, Ikenna, Ekos, Ogochuku, William Chivo, Doctor, Mr. Rock. My phone, I couldn't see where I stopped. Nena, this should be a lolo. Ekomdo, Amaka Ekomdo, Ada Eunice Ekomdo, our minister Menike Ekomdo, Oche Maziela Ekomdo, Ichi, Sylvia Blue, Friday, March 2024, Emmanuel Listen, and those listening anonymously, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. It was a great day, and I've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much. So I will end this space here. Good night from my location.